And a special good morning. Welcome to today's semi-final coverage of the Big Man Cricket Over 50s Caribbean Cup. And I'm Lyndon Yard and joined this morning by Kirk Strawn. Good morning to you, Kirk.
Well, Lyndon, you said good morning, but it's really afternoon. Good afternoon to you with the late start.
Well, it seems I'm still stuck in overnight.
Due to the persistent overnight and early morning showers,
Well,
we didn't get a prompt start.
Well,
But kudos must be given to the ground staff for the work that they've put in here. And we're going to start at 12:15, which is 30 minutes away, Lyndon.
Yes, and the news is from the middle is that the West Indies have won the toss and have asked the England Masters to take first knock. Of course, coverage brought to you by Flash Drive Media and Anything Cricket. And the island has been inundated with rains this morning. As I speak to you, there's a faint drizzle coming across the ground. The covers have been removed, and as you quite rightfully said, Kurt, the ground staff here did a fantastic job with Dake Creed, the groundsman here, and he had tremendous assistance from the England team and the West Indies team in a very desperate effort to get this game going. The England side, we used to say, are the favourites at the moment. They're sitting pretty if the game doesn't play, but for them and for the West Indies at the age of ripe old age of 50 plus, they just want to play some cricket.
Actually, both teams keen on getting the game started, and that's good for the tournament as well. The atmosphere is good. Both teams interacting with each other. Both teams helping, assisting with the work on the outfield, and it was a sight to behold. And watching both teams after they helped the ground staff, then both teams went through their warm-up routines, and both teams eager and keen to get started.
Yes, and having said that, and having told you that the West Indies have won the toss and opted to send England in, let's start with the West Indies team. Basically, on change side with Zamin Amin, the captain. He has with him, actually, it is a change side because Narayan Bidishi comes back in. He was left out of the last game. Swedish Danny Ram, Ian Drakes, then there's Farid Hussein, Brian Johnson, along with William Lashley, Rajendra Madaguli. They were playing Rajendra Madaguli, Ishwar Maraj, Anthony Morris. So it was basically 12. Anthony Sahadeo, the keeper, and Chandapal Singh. So the same 12 from the last game. Remember, in this instance, we play 12. 11 can bat, but any 12 can bowl.
And quickly, the England side: Giles Ecclestone, David Snellgrove, Richard Trotman, Jonathan Wildman, James Williams, Jason Finch, Steve Thompson, Jason Whittaker, Sean Cooper, Shiraj Desai, Rob Nelson, and Steve Arferton.
And in case you're wondering, since we didn't get going at 10 as usual, it's members a 45 over contest. However, and we're about to start at 12:15. I can tell the game has been reduced to 30 overs with the option of bowling 3 bowlers using 10 or, actually, sorry, 3 tens you can have. The power play is 10, 10, 10. So there's 3 power plays, 10, 10, 10, and a maximum of 6 overs per bowler. So conditions are soft underfoot. Some puddles of water that were seen visible earlier this morning has disappeared during the afternoon period. No sunshine whatsoever. The possibility of sunshine looks very, very vague. But I can tell you the wicket was not, had no seepage. The bowlers run up at the northern end would have been the problem. That area has been drenched of water. And with the usage of the roller, the light roller, and then some grass has been applied to it, and good gardening, you say, so to speak, to get it into playing condition. Some was also done at the southern end, but all in all, we're set for what promises to be a fantastic game. The winner here will move to the final, which is going to be played as early as Friday. So the umpire is Tremaine Prescott, and Williams is Shamar Boyce. And 2 very competent umpires. And once again, we are here at the Foursquare Oval, the home ground of Pickwick. Adjacent to us is the RLC and Company Limited, manufacturers of Old Brigham rum.
Your favorite part of the ground.
Yes. And if you don't drink, you can smell the curement of those liquors stacked up in the barrels in the rum aging bond number 3. And several bonds just to our right. So it's very difficult not to embrace the smell of strong fermented liqueur, Sean. I know that's an area that you are very versatile in. Not smelling, but to the extent that you still control it.
Well, yes, Lyndon, quite true. But the West Indies winning the toss and electing to bowl first. No shock at all there due to the conditions, the overcast conditions, trying to get use of the pitch, of the wicket, trying to get use of the pitch. Lyndon, we got to make sure we get those words correct.
Yes.
Pitch and wicket, trying to get first use
I'll
of
be
the
guilty
pitch
of that.
and using whatever moisture would have been left in the wicket. Remember, the wicket was covered overnight. Remember, they had persistent overnight and early morning showers. So trying to make first use of the new ball. So good decision, basically, by the West Indies captain, Zamin Amin.
Yeah, predicted decision. I had a conversation with the English when I arrived before the covers had been removed, and they asked me for some of my local knowledge. And I said, usually in Barbados, and you get rains like that, the team winning the toss will normally have a bowl. So it's no surprise that the West Indies opt to have a bowl. The wicket would be on the little bit on the slow side, not that slow because it was prepared in advance. And I think today being Wednesday, was prepared on Monday. Would have had some sunshine, all sunshine yesterday. So the wicket itself would just have a little bit more. The pitch, yeah. Again, there you go, the difference between the wicket and the pitch. So the pitch should be good for batting. And the outfield, obviously, with those rains overnight, will be on the slow side. Hence, still no surprise that the side win the toss opted to.
Another point to mention, Lyndon, early in the West Indies earlier games, they would have used Ian Drakes with the new ball, the left arm seamer, but he came in for some tap and actually bowled his best spell when he came into the middle overs. But with the overcast conditions now, do you think that Captain Zami, maybe inclined to go back to Ian Drakes with the new ball?
Not so sure. I believe that he'll probably stick with Sudis Danny Ram, who only went for 8 runs off his 9 overs. He picked up 2 wickets in a man of match performance, scoring 36, returned to score 36 in that game that ensured victory over Wales Masters. Quite on the card with Wales Masters not winning the game, and hence the West Indies would have started favourites in that game. Our scorers today would be Amelia Crick and Alan Jones, who's done a wonderful job for England, the one of 2 unbeaten sides in the tournament, England and the USA. And they can tell you in the other games that are scheduled, the USA were scheduled to meet UAE at Bayfield. There's no play in that game, and there was a tremendous amount of rains in that area. And of course, this is the other semi-final of the cup. We also have the semi-final of the plate competition, and they could tell you in the semi-final of the plate competition, I'm just going to give you the matchups momentarily. One game was scheduled to be played at the Windwards Ground, and that game was to have featured. Just going to pull it up here. USA versus UAE at St. Catherine's. That game is very much on hold, and the cup is the top one. The plate is the 5th through 8th. And West Indies versus England right here.
So the applause that you're hearing coming up in the background, Lyndon, is the umpires, Mr. Boyce and Mr. Prescott, taken to the field, and they're closely followed by a eagerly West Indies side, very eager West Indies side, making their way onto the field, led by their captain Zamin. You can see them running onto the field now. The West Indies team looking very, very eager and looking to get this contest started.
Yes, and they will be eager because at the moment they will be behind the 8 ball if the game was to be rained out, because remember, England are unbeaten and they have some superb scores in comparison to the West Indies. Snellgrove and Ecclestone, the openers, going out for the English. And I can tell you in that play semi-final today, India versus Canada at BNOC, and West Indies A Masters come up against Wales at Windwards. So no play in that game at Windwards at the moment. No play also in the Cup semi-final, USA versus UAE at St. Catherine's. But Kirk, a stone throw away from here, which is just 7 minutes walk, I expect there to be some play at BNOC in that play semi-final featuring India Masters and Canada Masters.
Well, we are off and running here at the Pickwick Ground, better known as the Four Square Oval. Interesting for the viewers to let them know a bit about the history of the Four Square Oval. Remember, Pickwick, the club who usually plays their trade at this ground, they would have started at the Kensington Oval, the famous Kensington Oval in the city. And with the redevelopment of the Kensington Oval in the 2007 for the 2007 World Cup, the Pickwick Club were asked to move. They were nomads for a bit. They went to Wildy. Then they went to Texaco. They had a stint at the university.
They roam.
Yeah, they were a bit of cricket nomads, basically. And then due to the kind courtesy and sponsorship of RLC, Mr. RLC. They donated them this ground here in Foursquare, St. Philip, and since then they've made it their home.
Well, you say the kind sponsor was RLC, but he has been associated with the club for a number of years, decades basically. Remember, they were ESA Fields Pickwick, and still are ESA Fields Pickwick, which is one of the products produced by the RLC Land Company. So we're gonna get going, and it is going to be number 14 in his bat. So Sudish Daniram to start, and
He'll be bowling to Ecclestone.
so Ecclestone, the left-handed Ecclestone will be facing with Snellgrove at the non-striker's end. So there's a first slip, third man, backward point cover, point cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket. That's the field. So this Danny Ram first delivery off spin, and onto the front foot comes the batsman. Ecclestone plays up in the onside. There's no run, and they missed the fielder at short fine leg. My favorite player of the tournament, Shanda Paul Singh. Danny Ram is in, outside the off stump cut. Down to William Lashley, who patrols that short third man, and England are off and running. So the first run of this contest goes to Ecclestone. England, one without loss.
Well, he has a short delivery, giving the batsman a lot of room. He had enough time to get on the back foot and cut the ball into the backward point area, short third man area. William Lashley, fleet-footed, got around to his right, but all in all, the batsman had enough time to complete one run.
So the field is going to change around for the right-handed Snellgrove, who's also been a good feature in this tournament. Remember, the England side not overly exposed. Their middle order have not been exposed to the tournament. And Danny Ram, with figures of 2 for 8 from 9 overs in his last game, his only appearance of the tournament. Right arm off spin, operating from the northern end of the ground. The end for which umpire Tremaine Prescott is the standing umpire, and Danny Ram goes past him, and there is Snellgrove, works it into the mid-wicket region, will pick up one, and picked up by captain Zamin Amin. So one more to the England Masters. They're up to 2 without loss. The game reduced to 30 overs, and a must-win game for both teams to advance to Friday's final. Of course, there's a third place playoff tomorrow as well, so plenty of action for all the teams involved. 8 teams in the tournament, divided in 2 zones. And we're now having the playoff for the cup and the plate. And third place playoff will play tomorrow. Here's Ecclestone onto the front foot, plays up on the outside and goes for a very quick single. And on alert, Captain Zaman Emin commits the crime, and England take 1, move up to 3.
The England batters looking for every possible run lane, and a great communication between Ecclestone and Snellgrove, just with a nod of the head, and they were off in a flash, basically. And the captain, Zamin Amin, was caught basically on his heels, caught napping there at the cover region.
Here's Danny Ram on the way to Snellgrove, outselling the awesome, allowed to go by. I'll say this up front, because if India tonight do that to England, they'll get home in their semi-final tomorrow as well.
Well, he has a big game coming up tomorrow.
Here is Danny Ram to Snellgrove. He cuts out to the fielder at the point position, who goes down his knees like boys to men.
Your good friend Fareed
Hussain. He feels, and for the first time in the tournament, he shed his blue shoes and sported a pair of white shoes.
Yes, because the conditions wet on the ground, so he's gone for his spikes. He prefers to feel in his soft ears, but due to the conditions on the foot, he's gone for a little bit more safety. And at his age, it is warranted.
Yes, so over number 1, done and dusted. And I can tell you that the England side invited to take first not in the game, reduced to 30 overs. They've amassed some 3 runs, and the opening pair are yet to be dislodged. No. All right, hold on. What's the mark save? Do I click save or you can click save? Touch screen. My computer's touch screen. No, we can't see now. So, surprise, surprise, Kurt. They've gone for William Lashley, and for the first time, Zamin Amin, the captain, is going to keep himself back.
I think it's a tactical change here, because they've got the left-handed Snellgrove on strike. Actually, Ecclestone on strike. So they've gone for the off spin of Lashley.
So, it's going to be Ecclestone on strike. As here is William Lashley, right arm between the umpire and the stump, and Ecclestone is inside of his wickets. The ball ricochets off the pad. There's no run. Start of over number 2. A game reduced to 30 overs. And slip in position. Backward point. Short third man. Cover. Mid off. Mid on. Straight mid wicket. As Ecclestone stretches onto the front foot. Reminds me a lot of Hugh Morris. In that language approach, Lashley between the umpire and the stump to Ecclestone, and he's forward. Thinks about driving, decides to check his shot as an airplane takes off from the Grantley Adams International Airport. Around this time on Saturday, the English will be heading off. They'll be in one of those, a bigger version, of course. As there is Ecclestone allowed delivery to Lashley to go by. Lashley has this tendency of just pushing through the ball.
But I was just going to mention it because the second delivery that he delivered was quite on Lashley. Like, it was rather slow, and he was giving the ball a bit of air, looking for a bit of turn.
A delivery on the line of centre leg and played nicely by Ecclestone to the onside. So the feature here is that the English are in no hurry, despite the overs have been reduced to 30. And despite the fact they were invited to bat, they'll make the most of the wicket. Lashley between the umpire and the stumps to bowl to Ecclestone, and Ecclestone comes forward, plays it belatedly. Any later than that,
He would have been absent.
So the end of over number 2.
A typical William Lashley over. This time it's a maiden as well.
So 3 without loss in this crucial Caribbean Cup semi-final 1.
Well, yes, Lyndon, William Lashley starting well from the sovereign end of the ground. And as you said, usually the captain Zamin Amin, but because of the presence of the left-handed Ecclestone at the crease, they've gone for the off-spin of William Lashley, and he started well.
So the captain, very astute the way he changed around his fielders and his bowlers. So it's going to be Sudif Danny Ram to continue with Snellgrove, the batsman. And this is David Snellgrove, and here's a drive, lovely shot, flowing drive up to Anthony Morris, who's across to his left. They take 1. So both batsmen look pretty comfortable, pretty confident. The wicket is playing good thus far. 1 more to total. It is up to 4 in over number 3 as the injured Brian Johnson walks in front of us.
Yeah, he's been injured for most of his career as well.
For the better part of the tournament. And here is Danny Ram into Ecclestone onto the front foot. Plays the ball into the offside. There's no run. Ishwar Maraj hasn't had a good game last game before he gifted his wicket away. 4 without loss. Over number 3 in progress of 30. And onto the front foot comes Ecclestone and goes for a very quick single and gets it too. So Captain Zaman Amin, maybe not the ideal man for that cover position. He's put on some weight in recent times, they tell me.
Yeah, but he's been here in Barbados, and all they've been doing at the hotel basically is lineman and stuff. So it's not a lot of work with the physical trainer.
Well, at their age, they don't want that lot of work. They just need enough work.
But I think Lyndon and
here
back
is
to cricket,
a drive by Snellgrove, who's looking to get on the back foot.
This is where they will miss the presence of Brian Johnson on the field, one of the better fielders and quicker movers in the West Indies setup. And he's off the field because of that injury.
And Danny Ram is in short and played down to Ian Drakes. Another run achieved. So both batsmen on 3. And we are in the process of the 3rd over with 1 delivery remaining. The 4th over with 1 delivery remaining. And here it's actually 3rd over, so I had it right there. This final delivery onto the back foot goes Ecclestone, looks to cut it down to 3rd man, makes no contact. Over number 3 done and dusted. That's the bat first. England Masters. They are 6 without loss.
And there you saw at the end of the over there, Lyndon, the final delivered that over. Danny Ram pushing the ball through rather quickly and not looking for a lot of turn like he did in his previous game, but this one he pushed through rather quickly and was well taken by wicketkeeper Sahadi outside the off-stump.
As I was saying to you earlier, our scores today, Alan Jones, so that's all Caribbean name. Maybe he was born here. And Amelia Crick, and that's an English name, but she was born here too.
Both of them doing a wonderful job thus far, keeping us up to date with what's going on. And we want to welcome Mr. Jones to our commentary box.
Well, had a chat with him earlier, told me he loves Barbados. It's not his first time, and told me he'll be back before Christmas.
But it doesn't make any sense leaving it.
Well, he's booked to head back home on Saturday and arrive on Sunday, and he's expected to be greeted by rain. 14 degrees in England at the
luckily
moment.
no rain here at the Four Square Oval.
Here is Lashley tucked away into the leg side by David Snellgrove. One more to him. So with that single, he's up to 4. It brings Ecclestone on 3 into strike. Do you want to guess the middle name of Mr. Ecclestone? I'll help you.
Well, I don't have to guess. It's William.
Okay, you can see it.
I can see it on the monitor.
So as a good song so goes, you can see clearly now the rain is gone. So the square leg is going to go out into the country. That is Fareed Hussain with number 54 on his back. Ian Drake's 49 is that short fine leg. And William Lashley between the umpire and the stump. And there's a drive by Ecclestone out to Captain Zaman Amen from that forward cover point position. They take 1. So both batters on 4. And that's a term that I prefer to use with the ladies. Both batsmen are on 4. And this game, seen as a final in the final, somewhat like the India-England final in the morning, semi-final, final in the final.
I'm thinking that you've got your money on England.
No, I've got my money on Pakistan from the tournament. And I like they're a wild card. They can carry you to the well and leave you.
Got over New Zealand who entered that game as favourites this morning.
If you hold your nerves, they'll do well. Lashley into bowl to Snellgrove, comes on the front, but wants a quick single. And Ecclestone, aware that he's not 15 anymore, tells him to get back.
The modus operandi of these two batsmen, Linda, they've definitely been looking for the quick singles, trying to rattle the West Indies fielders, and there's been really good communication between both of them.
Yes, good communication. They seem to understand each other well. I'm sure Mr. Jones will tell me where in England they're from. As here is Snellgrove, tucks it in the leg side, looks for a single. Captain Zaman Amin is in. That's the quickest time he's moved for the match.
Well, yes, coming into the onside now. And he's doing good work coming in there from the forward square region. But Lashley continues to be very economical from the southern end of the ground.
Snellgrove cuts. Lovely shot. Ian Drakes is after it from short third man to turn for 1. They're going to turn and come back for 2. So 2 runs to Snellgrove. And with those 2, he will move to 6. And the score continues to press on. 10. So 6 and 4, 10. And that just about concludes over number 4. Done and dusted. England batting first, 10 without loss.
10 without loss after 4 overs. Nice solid start by the English. Like the left and right combination as well. And looking for these singles. They haven't quite gotten into their striders yet. So just looking to pick up some singles. And hopefully we'll see some acceleration a little later in the innings.
Well, here is Danny Ram into bowl to Ecclestone. Goes onto the back foot and plays the ball with the middle of the bat.
The thing about Lashley and Danny Ram is that they will get through their overs quite quickly. Suddenly you start to feel like if you're under a bit of pressure that is really
flicked
not there.
Away to Chandapal Singh. Speaking of Chandapal, he's been inducted into the ICC Hall of Fame. So congratulations to the little Guyanese tiger.
Well deserved as well, Lynn. And he was a servant of West Indies cricket for a long period of time. Came in as a virtual 17-year-old way back when. Made a half century on debut and hasn't looked back since.
Yes, over 20,000 runs. Snellgrove is on 6. He's on strike and he's driving. Finds the fielder at the extra cover position. And Snellgrove reminds me of Paul Collingwood. Diminutive. His approach looks a busy player. He sells and waits on Danny Ram, gets a short delivery and plays a naughty shot. Collingwood would have played that as well.
Well, you did say he reminded you of Collingwood, so we would expect him to do something like that at some stage. Get in and get out.
Well, he survives at the moment. Danny Ram is into him and he comes onto the front foot and plays it. Lovely floating drive up to Anthony Morris. And they get 1. So 5 and 7. Ecclestone on 5 comes into strike. Snellgrove is up to 7. Would you want to guess his middle name as well? A Caribbean name?
Roy?
Yes, I think you're seeing well. You didn't guess it. You look at the computer. He asked you to guess.
Oh, okay. I'll try not to in next attempt.
So here's Danny Ram on the way into bowl to Ecclestone. Ecclestone goes onto the back foot. Thinks he might have missed out there, but was beaten for pace as it was pushed through by Danny Ram, who not only pushes through the delivery quick, but he gets through his overs in almost 2 minutes.
Yeah, I would have just mentioned that to you. Danny Ram and William Lashley, they usually get through their overs rather quickly. And sometimes when spinners do that to you, then you can feel a sense of false pressure being created and the need to score.
So with 5 overs done and dusted, England, they are looking pretty good looking at the moment. They are 12 without loss. The inseparable pair of Ecclestone and Snellgrove at the crease. And if you're just joining us, welcome to Flash Drive Media and Anything Cricket. Lyndon Yard and Kirk Strawn, cricket commentary at its very best.
Well, exactly. And the West Indies team continue through William Lashley now, trying to keep this pressure on the English. Don't want them to get away to a rather quick start.
Here is a delivery which is played by Snellgrove down past the keeper. They will take one. Lashley having lost his line there. Umpire Boyce signals leg by. So another run on the board. 13. And that is the first sundry of the game. 8 and 5. With Ecclestone coming into strike. He has 8 against his name. Actually 7 and 5. Snellgrove on 7. Ecclestone on 5. Now, the mid-off has gone 3/4 of the way out to long off as Lashley between the umpire and the stump, and onto the front foot comes Ecclestone and quick out the starting blocks is Snellgrove, so they get 1. So they're doing it in singles at the moment.
I think the West Indies captain would ask the players on the circle to come in a little bit tighter and try to save some of these singles.
Well, at the moment, the way they're going about this innings, I think here's Lashley on the way into Snellgrove, and Snellgrove is on driving up to Chandapal Singh, the right arm leg spinner, and they take 1. So it brings Ecclestone back on strike. So the way these two are bad, I suspect that there's Steve Harmison or Ben Stokes sitting in the dressing room.
Well, definitely the acceleration will come. These two just basically are going to set a solid foundation for the English side. Yet again, you can see the batsman at the non-strikers and Lyndon looking for that single, which definitely this time was not on, as the fielder at backward point looks like Morris coming in rather quickly this time.
As Lashley between the umpire and the stumps, and Ecclestone goes back. It's a bit ill-directed, brilliantly taken by Anthony Sadehiwa, and a wide signal by the umpire. So the umpires had some work in this over to do. And another run on the board. 14, 16, as this delivery is tossed up, and once again Ecclestone is on the front foot. As I said, reminds me a lot of Hugh Morris. Just trying to buy this time.
It looks quite solid though, left-handed.
Yeah,
it looks a little bit like Marcus Trescothick in his stance as well.
Here's a drive, a full toss, and he finds Captain Zaman Amen. Might be a little disappointed that he didn't place it to precision. And to precision, sorry. And at the end of that over, 6 done and dusted. It is 16 without loss. England at the back first.
Lyndon, before you go, do you have any idea what the WAGs are?
What the wives or the wives?
The WAGs, WAGS.
Okay, I saw a shirt there marked Jonathan Wives. So I'm wondering if this is a group.
Well, actually, it's the wives and girlfriends. No more they were into the pavilion.
Well, I must get a girlfriend first, and I must point wives on her back.
Well, not at all.
It's almost unheard of.
Well, they might have a World Cup final without them. Come tomorrow morning.
It is very possible. At the moment, they are the underdogs. As Morris actually, Danny Ram to continue. And here is Snellgrove. Lovely shot. He's gone for 1. He's hit it through the covers. Haven't called Morris' name. He's onto it from that mid-off position. And 2 more to Snellgrove. He is into double figures. 10 against his name. Ecclestone has 9. That's really 6. And it's 18. Easy single. Out to Ian Drakes at the mid-on position. So it may take you around the field. The slip has been dispersed of. William Lashley at short third man, just switching around for the left-hander. So the short third man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket. As Danny Ram is into Ecclestone, who is driving up to Ian Drakes, who comes across to his right, has it under his control. They take another run.
Good bit of work by Drakes coming around to what would not be his strong side, him being a left-handed fast bowler. And he did good work getting around to his right. He had to come around about 5 meters, and he did so quite capably.
So Ecclestone to 7 from 21 deliveries, and Snellgrove 11 from 18. And the total at the moment, 20 without loss. Here is a delivery pulled through the mid-wicket, mid-on region by Snellgrove. They take one, they go turn and come back for two. The return comes into no man's land, and they get too comfortable in the end. So 2 more to the total, 22 without loss, and the English are rolling.
A lot of work there for Ian Drakes in successive deliveries. This time he had to come around another 10 meters to his right, and the batsman, seeing that, realized he had to throw his left hand, turn and throw, quickly coming back for the second
Here
run.
is an elegant drive by Snellgrove for run number 23. I'll give you some bowling figures after this final delivery from Sudesh Daniram, who's in his 4th over. Before this, 3.5 overs, no minutes, none for 15. And William Lashley, 3 overs, 1 maiden. He's conceded 7 runs. He's yet to take a wicket. Ecclestone, with 7 against his name, goes on the back foot and hits it out to the deep mid-wicket fielder, who takes the catch.
And it is your man.
Chandapal Singh, who has caught everything all season long, and the English lose their first wicket as Giles William Ecclestone comes back, caught by Chandapal Singh off the bowling of Sudith Daniram, and the English in the pros at the completion of over number 7 are 23 for 1. Kurt.
Well, yes, and believe it or not, I think that's the worst delivery that was bowled all day. Short delivery. The batsman had all the time in the world to hit it anywhere, and he picked out Chandapal Singh on the deep mid-wicket boundary, pinpoint perfectly. Didn't have to go away anywhere at all. And yet again, Lennon, against the wind as well, hitting against the wind to the furthest boundary on the ground as well. So Ecclestone, he would lose his wicket, caught by your good friend Chandapal Singh, who's done nothing wrong all tournament.
Oh, he's having a fantastic tournament, Chandapal Singh. I think he has 8 wickets against his name. He's been like greased lightning in the field. Yes. So I realized that the new batsman in is Richard Trotman, all Caribbean name. And he replaces Ecclestone. So England, 23 for 1 in this important semi-final of the Caribbean Cup 2022. Of course, it's the Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup.
And yet again, credit must be given to Captain Zamin Amin, having Chandapal Singh perfectly positioned there on the mid-wicket boundary. He didn't have to move at all, and then it came straight to him, and he just had to settle and take the catch. So yet again, the captaincy of Zamin Amin coming in play here again for the West Indies Masters.
Yes, coming to the fro. And it's all right-handers at the crease. Richard Trotman. And he's on strike. And he's going to be facing up to William Lashley, who will start his 4th over.
Leonard, easy to distinguish because Trotman has no number on the back of his jersey, while Snellgrove is wearing the number 16 jersey. So it's easy to differentiate between the two of them.
Yeah, I think Trotman is also carrying a little more size than Snellgrove.
Well, yes. I didn't want to mention that, but you're totally correct. And the wristband as well.
Oh, yes. So these are the things that we use to distinguish the batters or the batsmen that I will stick with once it's a male game. Let's see how Trotman waits for his first delivery. Lashley is into him, and his first delivery, he's on that one, pushed through. And he was late on that. Luckily, he got an inside edge.
Committing the cardinal sin, Lennon, of going on the back foot here at the 4
He looks a little casual. Reminds me of Mark Rampakash.
You know, Mark Rampakash didn't score a lot of runs in the Caribbean.
Now he gets onto the front foot. Not making the same mistake twice. That is Trotman. Waits for his third delivery.
Lashley, 3.2 overs.
23 for 1. And here is cuts and not fielded cleanly by Ian Drakes. And Trotman gets off his dreaded knot.
Lyndon, I think you were being a bit harsh there on young Drakes there in the number 49 jersey, coming around to his left and diving. I thought that was well stopped. Good bit of work.
You said he came around and dive, or he came around and fall down?
He came around and dived to his left and did some good work there to prevent the ball from passing and allowing the batsman the extra run.
Okay. I'll take your verdict. As Lashley is into bowl to Snellgrove, and Snellgrove plays the on drive and ambles a single. So with that single, England Masters invited to bat first 25 for 1 in a game reduced to 30 overs. Coming calling soon. Here's a drive back to Lashley. So Trotman waits for Lashley, who's about to complete his 4th over. He's in short delivery, pulls it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. The catcher is taken. And as I said to you, he reminds me a lot of Mark Rampakash. And he comes back, caught by Danny Ram off the ball of William Lashley. And I think the English are somewhat worried at the moment. They are now 25 for the loss of 2 in the process of over number 8. And Wildman, who has a tournament high knock of 97, he will need to reproduce that today. And I can tell you, if you're just joining us, that the English, they are 25 for 2 in the 8th over.
Well, yet again, Lennon, another short delivery. There was the batsman going on to the back with his eyes open wide, looking to cash in on what we would call in the Caribbean parlance a long hop, a help yourself delivery, but can only get it as far as the man in at short mid-wicket. And Danny Ram, he was not going to drop that today, tomorrow, or early next week. Easily taken, easily poached by Danny Ram, and the English sink further into trouble at 25 for 2 and over number 9.
Yes, 25 for 2. So the new batsman going out is Jonathan Wildman. I want to see him. He had a 97. So I can tell you that the game at Windward, the Caribbean Plate game at Windward, has been rained out. And I think that was... I'll give you those teams momentarily in that game. So, going to have a bowling change. Anthony Morris is into the attack. And that game was to have featured Morris right arm off spin. And he'll be bowling to Snellgrove, who's held the innings together thus far. 25 for 2. Start of over number 9. My penultimate over. As Morris is into Snellgrove, and Snellgrove is working this one into the mid-wicket region. Zaman Amin is across to his right. And another single to Snellgrove. And that game at Windward would have featured West Indies A and Wales. So what I can tell you is barring another rained out game, both teams there will end up playing for the 3rd place playoff. And once the other game play and they get a result, actually not both teams, but one of these teams will obviously advance to play to that final. And I can tell you that West Indies A will go through simply because Wales haven't won a game. So that's fairly straightforward. And here, Morris is into bowl to Wildman, who is onto the front foot. Slim has some height about him. 26 for 2 over number 9. Morris is in short delivery onto the back foot. Wildman forces it through the cover region. And get one to Farid Hussein.
Looking rather fleet-footed, moving around to his right.
Yeah, I think he's moving a lot faster now. He's wearing white shoes in comparison to when he wore the blue shoes. Here's the delivery. The batsman is stretching forward. Shanda Paul singing into the action. Chance for a run out. Unbelievable stuff. A suicidal attempt to take a run results in the fall of the 3rd wicket. 27 for 2 becomes 27 for 3. The prize wicket of Snellgrove comes back. David Snellgrove. And I'm afraid the English are in serious trouble in this semi-final of the Caribbean Cup 2022. There are 27 for 3 having been invited to bat first versus the West Indies, Kurt.
Well, yes, a suicidal run there, Lyndon. I guess they underestimated the man, Shanda Paul Singh. He's been one of the better fielders for the West Indies Masters team all tournament, Lyndon. And there was a delivery struck straight to the man there at the point region and looking for a single. And Shonda Paul Singh in rather quickly had the presence of mind to settle himself and get a good throw into the keeper, who all was left to do there was to remove the bills with both batsmen standing in mid-pitch basically. And the man Snellgrove, who was looking to hold the innings together, he comes back. He goes by the run-out route, and England sink further into trouble.
And that's the worst form to get out in any form of cricket, the run-out route. But I can tell you that the new batsman going to the crease is James Williams. So the English with a lot of Caribbean names. And this is coverage of the Big Man Cricket Over 50s Caribbean Cup semi-final, featuring the West Indies and England. If you're just joining us, any part of the world, England asked to take first knock, 27 for the loss of 3.
Remember, it's a reduced game as well. 30 overs they've got for their innings, 30 overs. Remember, due to some overnight showers and early morning rain, we didn't have a prompt start. We got to go in at 12:15. So far we've had about 20-something minutes, odd minutes of cricket, and the England team definitely in a spot of bother.
Yes, they've lost the top 3 batsmen. And here's the first delivery for Williams, and he's coming forward. Plays the ball with soft hands out into the offside. The fielder from cover point is in attendance. Has it under his control. The end of over number 9. And I can tell you, England asked to bat first, 27 for the loss of 3. It's rather quiet in the camp.
Yes, you could hear a pin drop over in the England side of the pavilion here, Lyndon. Not a lot of noise coming from the England camp at all. Just looking for, hopefully, a partnership so that they can get themselves back into this contest, Lyndon. So lots depending now on Williams and Wildman.
Yes. And there you go. The first wife to keep noise. And they definitely need that support. They need something to jeer them up. Usually in this weather in Barbados, how do we get jeered up, Sean? At the bar?
Well, yes, you're over by your favorite place. the
Spirit Bond.
The Spirit Bond. As now Captain Zamin Amin with 2 right-handers at the crease, Lyndon. So more tactically astute, very tactically astute, Captain Zamin Amin.
Yes.
Coming into the attack now, Lyndon, and looking to apply some more pressure from the southern end of the ground.
Yes, and he's been extremely tight all season long. Reminds me of a lot of Akil Hussain, left arm between the umpire and the stump, to bowl to Wildman, and Wildman to his delivery stretches forward and is beaten. Just trying to get back onto ball, just trying to feel what he's bowling. Naughty shot, you call that?
Yes, because some commentators will say not a lot of future in that shot with a slip already in place.
Here's Amin into ball to Wildman off the bat for the strokes it out to the field on the cover boundary, who's quickly in off the boundary. They take 1, that is Mirage. Another 1 to the total, so England off that dreaded 27 for 3, 28 for the loss of 3. As Williams comes into strike, James Williams, going to pull up his stats shortly. And Captain Zamin Amin. Does he make an adjustment? No, he doesn't. And Williams just nudging at his trousers, settles. And he waits on Amin, who's into him with a slipping position. Short third man. Gets a short ball onto the back foot. He's trying to force it. Forces it back to the bowler on the bounce. There's no run. Over number 10. So my stint will come to an end at the completion of this over. Wayne Holder will join you. And somehow suspect there might be a double change. And Martin Paris, who will tell you about the history of Barbados. As you see the West Indies A team making their way here to support the West Indies. And they have booked a final of the Caribbean plate with a no decision. Here is Amin in and bowls, the delivery which is allowing the batsman Williams to get off the mark. So he gets off the mark. And Williams is on 1. Wildman is on 2. It is 29 for the loss of 3. And that's the end of my stint. And Kirk, a further word from you. And then it'll be Wayne Holder who will take it up with you.
Well, good afternoon to one and all. Lovely to join the team here for the stream of this, the one and only semi-final taking place. Actually, the weather are getting the better of that other semi-final between the USA and the UAE. And West Indies doing very well in the limited play we've had so far. I'm sure you would have heard from the others that the game actually got off to a quite late start, almost 2 hours. That's a delay, and the game reduced to 30 overs aside. But West Indies in a good position at the moment.
Well, yes, Wayne Holder. Welcome to the mic here for this big encounter. Semi-final game, basically. And the England team, 29 for 3. Wildman, he's on 1, and with him, he's on 2, and with him is Williams, who's on a strike. He's on 1, as Anthony Morris will continue the attack from the northern end. Before this 1 over, he's conceded 2 runs, yet to pick up a wicket. Some adjustments being made in the field, as well as some running repairs being done to Morris's shoes. Wayne Holder, 29 for 3, the England team.
Well, England, the victims, as you say, of some good out cricket by West Indies. We've seen a couple of smart catches taken. The first 2 batsmen are holding out into the onside, one in the deep, one a bit closer in. And then we had that excellent work by Chandra Paul Singh.
Guess it would be fair to say power play 1 done and dusted and won by West Indies. 3 wickets in the first power play as Morris bowls a flighty delivery, which is bringing the batsman William forward. He doesn't score. Score will remain on 29 for 3. Ball back in hand with Morris. Morris on his way. Short delivery. Force off the back foot, but back to the bowler. No run resulting. Williams. 8 deliveries for his 1 run thus far. 29 for 3. We're in the course of the 11th over of the innings. Being bowled by Anthony Morris from the southern end of the ground. A delivery is bringing the batsman forward. Punching it into the onside. Morris around to his right quickly in his follow through. No run resulting.
West Indies bowlers applying the brakes here on the scoring.
Morris. Short outside the off stump, punching it the offside, straight to the man in there at the extra cover region. Mangali is in attendance. Yet again, no run resulting. 1.5 overs for Morris. Just conceding 2 runs, getting through his over quickly as well, Wayne Holder.
Stifling the English players.
As Morris on his way to bowl the final delivery of his second over, which is punched down to long on. Ian Drakes coming off the long off boundaries in the Tennessee return already on his way. The batsman already settled for once at the end of over number 11. The West Indies team winning the toss and inviting the England Masters to bat. England 30 for 3, Wayne Holder.
Well, 30 for 3 and 11. Not an ideal situation for the English. And, of course, the West Indies captain Zamin Amin would have felt justified in his decision to ask the English to bat first, restricting them to just less than 3 runs per over so far.
There we see Ken Mears, who plays his trades for the West Indies A team, doing a bit of emergency or 12-man duties for the West Indies team. So lots of love between these 2 West Indies teams. They're here supporting each other and quickly doing some work as Ken Mears.
Well, actually, I was going to make the point that maybe we will have a lot more support on the sidelines today. We will see a lot more people on the sidelines today, given the fact that it appears that all the other matches we may not get playing any of the other matches.
Short delivery outside the off stump, punch to the man coming off the sweeper boundary in the number 50 jersey.
Well, we've already seen a contingent from the West Indies A. Now they are being joined by the Wales team.
Yes.
A contingent from the Wales team now arriving at the ground.
So it should be a packed house here at the 4-square oval as a flighted delivery ball by Captain Zamin Amin. Driven to the man, looks like Lashley coming around to his left off the mid-off region, coming off the boundary and allowing the batsman to complete 1 run. So the score goes up to 32. 32 for 3. We're in the 12th over of the innings. It's being bowled by Captain Zamin Amin, who's been quite economical, Wayne Holder, for the West Indies Masters.
Well, throughout the tournament he has been. And this is a test for the English, Kirk. For the first time they're really being tested.
Amin. Pass umpire Boyce. Bowls a short delivery which is turned into the onside and an easy single to Williams. He goes up to 4. Wildman up to 3. He comes back in the strike, and the England Masters, they're 33 for 3. As Zamin Amin, the captain of this West Indies Masters side, is bowling a flighted delivery, which is bringing the batsman Wildman forward. Batting pad close together, played into the offside where Mangali's in at that extra cover position. No run resulting. The score will remain on 33 for 3. We're in over number 12.
Well,
it's being bowled by Captain Zamin Amin. A short delivery down the leg side. The batsman has a sweep. Morris at backward square comes in rather quickly but couldn't pick up in time, and the batsman had enough time to complete one more to the score. The score goes up to 34 for the three-way and holder.
Well, I just wanted to report that we've actually got a start in one of the other matches, the Canada-India semi-final in the plate at the Barbados National Oil Company. They have gotten a start. They're playing 31 overs a side, and after 5 overs, Canada 15 for 1.
Well, good news for the cricket lovers. So we got play at 4 square over and a short distance away, like 5 minutes away at the BNOC ground. So I'm sure the spectators will split their time at both grounds. Remember, games on at the 4 square oval and at BNOC.
Well, of course, you know, this match being the more important competition.
We'll take precedence of the both. Yeah.
The plate competition, the cup competition, which features the 4 semi-finalists, the top teams in the respective zones, the 2 best teams in the respective zones.
So as we head into over number 13, I can tell you England Masters, after being invited to bat, 34 for 3. Wildman, he's got 4, and with him is Williams, he's got 4 as well. As Anthony Morris from the northern end of the ground was a short delivery, which is played down to long on, where Ian Drakes is in attendance. The batsmen were pushing for 2, and quite rightly sent back by his partner is Wildman. He was looking for 2, but Ian Drakes rather quickly off the boundary and restricting the batsman to 1 run. Morris, a fly to delivery, brings the batsman Williams forward. He's got 4. With him is Wildman at the non-strikers, and he's on 5. The score is 35 for 3. We're in the 13th over of the innings. A delivery is driven sweetly, but straight to the man in that short mid-wicket. Looks like Captain Zamin Amin Wayne Holder. So some good tight stuff being offered up here by Anthony Morris.
And of course, the West Indies team would be happy with the sight of a fit-looking Anthony Morris. He struggled throughout the tournament up to this stage with some kind of a niggle, but he's looking a lot more free today.
And back to bowling fitness. 2.4 overs, just conceded some 4 runs. On his way to bowler delivery, which his batsman is down the track. When he gets there, realizes he's not quite to the pitch of the ball, allows it to ricochet off his body. Captain Zamin Amin quickly around to his right. No run resulting. So some good tight stuff here being delivered by Anthony Morris. 35 for 3, short delivery. Swung to long on. Ian Drakes comes in quickly off the long on boundary. Doesn't feel cleanly, but the batsmen have already settled for 1. So at the end of over number 13, the West Indies team winning the toss and electing to field first. England Masters up against the ropes, 36 for 3.
Well, some excellent stuff here by Anthony Morris. Deliberately, you notice the tactic that Morris has employed of bowling the ball into the pitch. Very flat, a slow surface, and challenging the batsmen to make their own pace and to clear the fairly substantial boundaries here at the oil company. And so far, they haven't fallen for the trick, but neither have they been able to really score very freely against them.
If you're now joining us here, I can tell you that Giles Ecclestone, he was caught by Shanda Paul Singh off the bowling of Danny Ram for 7, caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary. David Snellgrove, he was run out by Singh. A good throw from Singh coming in quickly at the backward point region. And Richard Trotman, he was caught by Danny Ram off the bowling of William Lash's short delivery, which struck straight to Danny Ram at the short mid-wicket. Start of over number 14 is being bowled by Captain Zamin Amin. Before this, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 6. Flighty delivery brought the batsman onto the front foot. No runs resulting. 36 for 3 over number 14. Flighty delivery driven back to the bowler in Amin, who in his follow through feels cleanly Wayne Holder. So tight stuff being served up here by the West Indies spinners.
Utilizing the conditions very well.
Amin. Flighty delivery down the track, and when he gets there, drives pleasantly into the offside and boundary for the England Masters side. But there was the batsman Williams down the track, Wayne Holder. When he got to the pitch of the delivery, lofted it over the extra cover region, and a lovely shot by the man there in Williams.
And for the first time, the English contingent in full voice. That has been the shot of the day so far. I'm not so sure we're going to see much better, though. Really sashaying down the track. A lovely picture as he got down the track and timed it sweetly away from that man on the long off boundary.
So Williams striking what has been the first boundary of the innings as the England Masters go up to 40 for 3. We're in over number 14, a short delivery. So adjustments being made in the length quickly by Captain Zamin Amin after being lofted over the extra cover boundary. He's just pulled his length back down the track again, a slower delivery, and there's the wicket keeper. quickly whipping the Bills off wicketkeeper Sahadio. He's done good work behind the stumps all tournament, but the batsman's feet safely grounded behind the crease and holder.
Yeah.
Score remain on 40 for 3.
Beaten but not defeated because he was deceived by the slower delivery, and it was also quite a wide delivery, but to his credit, kept his back foot grounded.
I mean, on his way, the bowler short delivery, which is punched down the ground past the bowler down to long on. Sean Paul Singh from off the long on boundary quickly in to do the fielding. So at the end of over number 14, the West Indies Masters winning the toss, electing to bowl first. England Masters being invited to bat. They are 41 for 3. Williams, he's on 10, and with him is Wildman, he's got 5. Wayne Holder.
Well, the English have been able to get some scoring going in that particular over. Of course, we had the first boundary of the innings along with a couple of singles. So maybe this pair now beginning to get into some kind of rhythm, looking to build some momentum after the loss of those early wickets. I think they would need to consolidate, and with Morris, I think, about to bowl what will be his 4th over. I think he has been the one mainly responsible for the curtailment of the scoring of the English
3
batsmen.
overs, no maidens, none for 5. So good tight stuff being served up by Morris, as you rightly mentioned, Wayne. He's been very, very economical, very, very tight. I'm glad his captain, I'm sure his captain is glad to see him back to bowling here in this all-important semi-final game. Short delivery, which is punch into the mid-wicket region by Williams. He will remain on 10. Delivery is bringing the batsman forward up to Mangley, doing a bit of footwork. I don't think you would get a player for the Trinidadian Soca Warriors, but his footwork was good enough to restrict the batsman from scoring. The score will remain on 41 for 3. Morris from the northern end of the ground bowls a short delivery, which is slapped down to long on. A lot of work for Ian Drake's coming around to his left. The batsmen have gone for 1, have completed 2 as well. So 2 to Williams. He goes up to 12. And with that, the score, the England Masters being invited to bat in over number 15. They are 43 for 3 Wayne Holder.
Well, yes, exploiting the space behind the bowler. Previously, that ball was being struck down to the long on fielder only for a single. This time, he's been forced to move around to his left, and the couple of runs taken.
Good bit of work by the batsman. They're playing this one to the right of the captain, Zamin Amin, in at mid-wicket, and gets an easy single. So 1 more to Wildman as the score goes up to 44 for 3. We're in the 15th over of the innings, or the halfway stage, as a delivery is punched into the cover region. They've gone for 1 as the man coming off the cover boundary, and Hussein has a lot of work to do, but Mangley from in that short extra cover runs back, does the tidying up. The batsmen have completed 1, so Wildman goes up to 6. Williams, he's got 13. He's on strike. A delivery is bringing him forward. Bowled by Lashy. Flighted delivery. At the end of over number 15, the West Indies Masters inviting England to bat. England Masters 45 for 3 Wayne Holder.
West 45 for 3. Exactly the 15 over mark, the halfway stage of the England innings. I think we're going to have a short refreshment break at this point in time. I am going to be joined by Martin Paris, and I don't know if Martin may want to have a quick word with one of the officials who for the tournament, not actually on duty at the moment. I'm talking about Kim Lewis. So Martin, you may a quick word with Kim.
And the thing about it is, I know Kim when she was one of my aunts brownies, so we go that far back. First of all, congratulations on your recent success in your examinations.
Thank you, Marty, very much.
And we're not talking about CXCs or cakes. We're talking about umpiring examinations.
Very true, we are.
The other thing of note is, you got to get rid of the rain, man. Apparently, wherever you go, and the unfortunate Welsh team has been playing, your games have been rained out.
Yes, we just came from St. Lucas Street, and we were supposed to have Wales versus West Indies A, and there was West rain. You know, I had the first game with Wales versus India, and we spent majority of the day being interrupted by rain. We were lucky to at least get 20 overs in, but they were not successful there either. But it appears that tomorrow I will have them again. So I don't know if rain will be following us there as well at B-Dot, but we're hoping that the weather will be better for us tomorrow.
So what do you do when you're not umpiring?
Well, I'm not umpiring. I'm actually the financial controller of a state-owned entity, Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation. I have been there for about 25 years. I'm into a lot of strategic decisions and planning and prepare a lot of financial statements and so forth. And I also assist other SOEs with any troubleshooting they have to do with it, dealing with financial matters as well.
And when you look over by the northern side screen, you'll see Hal.
Yes, I will see Hal, yes, and my camera co-worker. Yes, I guess they're taking some footage tonight for the sports news, this segment. It's very interesting to see these type of productions and noting the international reach that we have, especially with the emergence of technology. I think what has happened is that COVID has brought it closer to home right now with us and how quickly we had to develop in order to reach both persons here in Barbados and also our counterparts across the region. I think also what has happened is that we found that across the region, broadcasters, they have taken that opportunity to share productions and also knowledge and the tools in order for us to get that reach across the region. And it has also shown us that with the tools that we have available, that there's a lot that we can do at this point in time with just using the little amount of equipment, camera, and as I have in my hand, what a phone can do for you as well in reaching the barcade.
Martin, let me interrupt you slightly just to inform or remind you that Kim is also married to a cricketer turned umpire. So it must be a fairly unique situation to have two umpires in the house.
Well, I used to live in such a house when my father was alive and umpiring.
But you all were not a couple.
No, a couple of umpires, that's all. But I wanted to look straight in the camera and let them know the content provided by Anything Cricket Let's Talk is worthy of being broadcast, live or otherwise, on the Caribbean Broadcasting TV8 channel. And we will make sure that Kim makes sure that our content gets on Celestial Television.
Well,
I will do my best, and I know the quality because I have been seeing that quality for myself as well.
Yes,
I have been actually watching the productions that have been done. I have also been following the success of the IMC as well and what has been done. It's the first time I actually heard of the association, and they have done a lot of great work, and they have actually followed across the region at this point in time. It appears that the match is getting ready to start back again. So, Martin, I hand back over to you.
And I thank you for your time, and go relax your legs, because you know how it is with umpiring. You've got to stand all day long. Win.
well, I can also inform you that the cameras from the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation are here, and we can expect a highlights package in the evening news come prime time tonight.
Yes. As the players resumed, first ball, late cut, but only as far as point and no run.
And the breaking news is that Chandapal Singh, the leading wicket taker in Zone A, has been introduced into the attack for the first time with the England seniors 45 for 3 at the start of the 16th over, and his second delivery is one short of a length, the batsman going onto the back foot, the ball keeping quite low and coming off the bottom of the bat as it goes up to short mid wicket onto the front foot, almost having to reach for that one and wait for that one, that loopy leg spin of Chandapal Singh, almost deceiving the batsman Wildman on that occasion. But 2 runs nonetheless. England go up to 47 for 3, Wildman up to 8.
And he used his full height,
tall man,
and range and reach.
Wildman, as Chandapal is into him, bringing him onto the front foot, and the bat and pad together, drops it away square on the offside. There is no run. Like I said, the West Indies bowlers have been able to really control the English batsmen and to keep them under some kind of wraps. As Singh, right arm over the wicket, is getting the batsman coming onto the front foot. Again, a very well flighted delivery and not driving through the line with any great conviction is Wildman, as this delivery is again another good one on that all stump, looking to tease the tall right-handed batter, coming onto the front foot, dropping it away square on the outside. Good wily stuff from the diminutive Chandapal Singh, and at the end of over number 16, it is England 47 for 3.
Yes, and Chandapal Singh, humble, petite, but a live wire, and almost a magic bean for this West Indies squad. When he's not bowling, you still can't keep him out of the action because he's been taking catches, and that sharp run out that he did earlier in the match.
Well, Anthony Morris, 4 overs for just 9 runs so far in his spell, is going to continue on from the top end, the northern end of the ground, running away from us here in the Pickwick Pavilion, here at the 4 Square Oval in 4 Square St. Philip, just between the borders of the parishes of St. Philip and the Christchurch. One can almost straddle the two parishes from where we are.
Indeed. With the
Morris, right arm slow, sees the batter Williams using his feet, coming onto the front foot and stroking this one quite sweetly, but will only be able to get one. Ian Drakes, who has had a lot of work with Morris bowling from this end into the action once again. Single to Williams. This delivery has been to keep it out. This one kept a bit low. Again, I keep mentioning Anthony Morris. You can see the ploy of bowling the ball into the surface, and the bounce in this track has been a bit unpredictable, and a couple of deliveries have kept fairly low,
especially on that southern end.
Here comes Morris, and this one is nudged down to third man. They coke two for the quick single. The return not taken by the keeper, a wild return too, but backed up in the onside by Captain Ammons. Good awareness on his part and restricting the scoring just to the single. Wildman goes up to 9. Williams is on 14. The total 49 for 3 and over number 17. This delivery on the off stump, coming down on it, hitting it into the ground is Williams, straight up to the fielder at cover. There is no run. Short third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, long off, long on, short mid wicket, and there's a man on the deep mid wicket boundary and a deep square leg. This one goes to that fielder at short mid wicket as again Williams is down the track using his feet but unable to get to the pitch of Anthony Morris, who has been not offering a lot of flight and not looking for a lot of spin. But that is the end of over number 17, and the England team invited to bat by West Indies, 49 for 3.
And you're talking about the location. Beyond the southern sight screen, viewers might see the golf ball on the hills. That's over by Charnock's, where the meteorological office
That's what
operates.
we call the weather ball.
And the airport uses that radar as well.
The Grantley Adams International Airport, but it will be Chandapal Singh struck in the air out toward William Lashley, coming around to his left. The ball falls well in front of him, though. Good work by Lashley, though. He's restricting the scoring to 2. Return comes up to the non-striker's end. So nice picture there. Nice stroke by the batter Wilder. That brings up the 50, though, by the way, for the England side. So the 50 coming up off the first delivery of the 18th over. And just one more, pushed into the outside, this time gently by Wildman, and a good communication between the pair at the wicket, coming through for the single, eventually making it very easy. 52 for 3. Wildman on 12 brings Williams on 14 back into strike. Chandapal Singh, right arm leg spin and googly bowler. This delivery is pitching outside the all stump. Picking up the line quite early is Williams and allowing it through to the keeper.
And compare the amount of bunks at this end.
Down the track, hit in the air, out into the onside. They're going to get a couple of runs. Just 3 fielders in the onside. And that ball struck into a wide open space over the head of Mangali in that short mid-wicket. Brings Narain Bideshi, who is on the deep square leg boundary, around to his left. And 2 more runs picked up. Chandapal to Williams, short outside the off stump, hit hard but straight to Captain Amin, who's been doing a lot of good work in the infield.
Yeah, he's been keeping himself busy.
Keeping it, fielding very clean, quite cleanly. Singh with the final delivery of his over. Seeing the batter come down the track, hits this one hard, hits it straight. The man from Long On comes around to his left, and they only get a single. So a single at the end of the 18th over. Williams will have the strike when the over starts, but at this stage, England 55 for 3. And you can see that this pair looking to get after Ashanda Paul, saying quite good use of the feet down the wicket, and they're prepared to hit the ball into the loft the ball into the outfield with quite a number of spaces.
Well, I'm seeing Drake's making a signal towards the dressing room area. I'm not quite sure if he's planning to come off for a few or an equipment check. But yes, and if you can see around the fringes of the playing area, this has become cricket central, man, because with the few matches being rained out in nearby playing areas, the spectators from Wales, USA, and the other West Indies team, they've come over to take in the action because they know the winner of this goes through to the Caribbean Cup final.
Well, yes, then, and we're keeping a close eye on that other game. I think it will be at the Bayfield ground in St. Philip between the United Arab Emirates and the United States of America teams. The second semi-final in the Cup competition as against the plate competition, which was for those finishing at the lesser ends.
The USA team is here. That game has been rained off.
So the US players are here also.
Yes.
Okay, so definitely no playing in that match either. So as you mentioned, a number of spectators, including players from other teams, now beginning to encircle the ground here at the Four Square Oval.
And it's bringing that buzz that a semi-final should have, regardless of who's playing.
Very much so. So it's going to be Anthony Morris to continue. Already just 11 runs from his 5 overs, getting his field in place. So let's see what he's going to be coming up with. He has a man at short, third man. There's a fielder at backward point. Cover, straightish, a long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket, bordering on cow corner. A regulation deep mid-wicket. And there's also William Lashley at the backward square position. The captain Amin in at short mid-wicket, saving one off the back foot and bowled. Williams going on to the back foot, looking to hit this one square on the outside. The ball a bit too close to him, and this one pushed through by Anthony Morris, and some success eventually for Morris, who has bowled quite cleverly, has been bowling well. And England, just as the partnership was beginning to show some growth and momentum, lose Williams, bowled by Morris for 17. It is now 55 for 4.
Wait for it, and Wayne Holder continues to take wickets when he's on air.
Well, I've been a bit quiet so far. Quite enough. Well, there were 3 wickets that fell before I made it to the microphones. Coming back to some applause from his teammates and team supporters is Williams, bowled by Anthony Morris, for 17, giving Morris his first wicket. And coming to the crease is Jason Finch. Jason Finch will be the one filling the breach. But a good wicket for Morris, a deserved wicket too.
And first ball up, and he picks a pepper. Well, we've got the Caribbean woodfinch. It's an all-yellow small bird, not unlike the breast. But let's see how this finch adapts to the Caribbean conditions.
Well, the Caribbean conditions at the moment are quite warm. Not bright, brilliant sunshine, quite a cloudy around, but no threatening clouds, like soft cloud overhead.
5/8 octaves of medium to high cloud.
Small aircraft makes its way into the open sky from the Grantley Adams International Airport. You're going to see quite a lot of that for the rest of the afternoon. And now new batter Finch. Big man, quite wide of girth.
Bairstow or Gatton?
Well, much bigger than Bairstow. And Gatting is not the same size either. But I'm trying to think
Alan Lamb?
I'm trying to think of a player who could compare as Morris is into him outside the all stump and picking up the line, allowing it through to the
Ranatunga
keeper.
and the Silva.
Where we going? Yeah, no, you're into that territory. You're in the correct territory, Martin. And you talk about Ranatunga turned away through fine leg as their batsmen hustle for one, and they're going to come back for a second, taken easily. Gets Finch off the mark with that couple. Delivery angling down the leg side and just tickling it into the fine leg area. The outfield quite slow, Martin, as we would expect with the amount of rain that we've had around, with the amount of moisture that must be underfoot. As he comes and sweeps powerfully, but straight up to the man at deep mid wicket. That's Farid Hussain. The deep mid wicket boundary. So Finch with a single off the final delivery of what has been a successful over for Anthony Morris. That's over number 19 done. England 58 for 4.
A decent shot, well executed, but not for much because of some good field placement and an excellent return.
Well, Finch comes back into the strike. Jason Finch.
You're suggesting that Finch pinched the strike?
Well, he actually did. I'm not suggesting it. It was clear for all to see.
Earlier you were talking about an inch here or there.
And now we have a Finch right here. So, Finch is going to be facing up to Chandapal Singh, the right arm leg spin googly bowler. Singh 2 overs for 8 runs. Chandapal Singh with some 8 wickets in the preliminary rounds. The top wicket taker in Zone A of the competition.
Just a slight adjustment in the field as the long on is being brought a little bit off the boundary.
But he's got some 4 men in the onside now. You remember that in the previous over, the ball had been hit over the head of the short mid wicket. As this one, Finch is going on to the back foot, punching it straight up to Aminat cover. There's no run. So a man has been placed in that hole at deep mid wicket, Martin, right under the Rum Asian Bond number 3, as this one swept away. So it seems to be quite adept at the sweep shot, Finch. Getting a single through square leg.
Taking advantage of the vacant real estate in that area.
Well, yes, now the man on the deep square leg boundary has been brought in just to the edge of the circles. So behind square on the onside here is Chandapal, stroked into the mid-on area. Let's see if they're going to come for the second run. Finch is coming back and hustling into his crease. Because, again, you talk about the wide open space. The man right back on the boundary at long on had to run in all of 35 meters. And the ball dying before it got to him made the job of coming back for the second run that much easier. It's now 61 for 4. Driven into the offside, straight up to cover. Fielded by Amin, no run.
It's interesting how the cross breeze will help the leggy.
Here he is. And coming onto the front foot, checking his shot is Wildman. You can see him wanting to get down the track, but the clever flight of Chandapal Singh still very much in control and keeping the batsman very weary.
And between the two bonds is a little channel of wind.
This one struck into the offside, wide of Drake's at backward point, and they're going to come back for the second run. No, they're going to not make the second run. Finch has been gone, committing the cardinal sin, Martin. Never run on the misfield. Looking for a second run. The non-striker who would have been coming to the danger and immediately sighting the danger, sending Finch back, but by that time, in no man's land, stranded.
And the unfortunate thing is, Ian Drakes is a left-hander, and even although the ball bobbled and went to his left, it was on his favoured arm, and therefore it was just a matter of a clean return, and Bob's the uncle.
Well, Martin, the bottom line is that there was never a second run. He bobbled the ball, but he never lost control. It never went out of his range, and Finch, a big man, the brakes not pulling him up in time and unable to make it back into his crease. He comes back, run out for 4.
As a matter of fact, the first run was barely on because the ball went directly to Drakes, but it's Drakes that made the bobble. And Well, you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
Well, he took the chance, and the match reduced to 30 overs per side, and the 3 power plays of 10 overs each. So we've now completed our power play number 2, and at the end of those 20 overs, the England side, who has had, I will ask my friend here, Alan, the scores returned by England in the 2 matches in which they have played, because I think that the batters have had it quite much their own way.
Yes, against Canada we got 202 for 6. What was the other? West Indies, we had to chase a lower score. They fell 4 wickets down, yes.
So England have been having their own way batting wise in the preliminary stages. For the first time now, we really see the batting being tested, and we are down to the number 7 batsman. That number 7 batsman being Steve Thompson. And we have noticed a change in the bowling too. I think this is going wides the signal by umpire Tremaine Prescott. So that's 3 runs to the England total. So 3 runs, much appreciated, I'm sure. As we see, Martin, you're surprised though that with with Morris's bowling, he has been tight. He's been keeping the batsman in check. You surprised that the captain has opted to take him out of the attack and bring back Danny Ram at this stage?
No, because a different batsman is in, so they might have done their homework and recognizing that Danny is the man for the job. He needs to connect, however, with the golf ball on the hill and get his radar and get his direction back on GPS correct.
Onto the front foot comes Thompson, looking quite correct and pushing it back along the track, middle of the bat. Danny Ram. No problem. So it's Wildman actually on strike as he picks up another single, brings the total up to 63. So Thompson now comes for his first strike, facing up to his first delivery. So this Danny Ram, who would have opened the bowling, 4 overs for 15 runs before this. Waits now 4 overs for 18 runs, in fact.
A bit of gardening.
So he's going to be bowling to the new batsman Thompson, Steve Thompson. No distinct change of the field. Right arm, quick, full toss, driven to the left of
Shadowed.
Amin, shadowing the ball but unable to get down and intercept. So Drakes once again has some work as the batsmen pick up another single.
Very nice of the non-striker to fetch the ball and hand it over.
Well, such has been the manner, the sporting manner in which this entire tournament has been conducted, stroked up to long off.
It's been quite enjoyable to be present and
By
watch these
Wildman.
elderly gentlemen enjoying a good competitive game of cricket.
68 for 5 over number 21 in progress. As onto the front foot comes Thompson, pushes this one square. There have been a couple of runouts in this inning so far, and if there's one man in the West Indies team that you will not want to take a chance with when it comes to sharp singles, it is Chandapal Singh. Swooping in from that position at backward point. The batsmen have to retreat to their respective grounds. Here he is onto the front foot, played away into the onside. They go quickly for one. Well, at least Thompson does. Wildman already pulled up and settled for the single as William Lashley, coming from in the deep, picks up and has his return back into the keeper. So we have come now toward the end of another over. So the over is really going by fairly quickly here in this England innings. Remember, they were invited to bat by West Indies, who won the toss. And at the end of 21, it's 69 for 5.
And we've got the minimum amount of overs for the England innings. I've been advised by the chairman. 20 overs, even although it's reduced from 45 to 30. 20 overs and innings, and you will have a result.
Yeah, 20 overs and innings constitutes a match, more or less.
Minimum
so,
requirement.
is it going to be Chandapal Singh to continue? Yes, it will be. Let's look at some bowling figures here, Martin. 5 overs for 22 runs and 1 wicket, Danny Ram. 4 overs for 1 wicket, 1 maiden and 9 runs, Lashley. Morris, 6 overs, 14 runs, 1 wicket. 3 overs for 11 runs, and Singh, 3 overs for 12. Have been the bowlers employed so far by West Indies.
Hasn't used Drakes or Mangali as yet.
Try to get a look at the batting card for the England side. During the course of this over, as Chandra Paul Singh is seeing Thompson coming down the track. But, it is really heartwarming to see the control exercised by Chandra Paul Singh. Here he is again, down the track, down through mid-on, gets a single. But, the leg spinner is prone to bowl the occasional bad delivery, the full toss, that long hop, that short ball. But Singh's deliveries, here he is again, batsman onto the back foot, hits it hard into the ground. The ball bouncing quite generously on pitching and not being able to really make the kind of clean contact that he would have wanted, Wildman. As this one is again short, looks like the googly, but he's off the back foot, punches it in the air, but through a vacant mid-off position. Lashley down at a wide long off does the fielding, and the batsman cross for just 1. So while 18 he is on from some 30 deliveries. Thompson, who's only been to the crease recently, he's faced 5 deliveries for his 3, faces up to Singh. I think the batsman actually wasn't quite in his position. Here comes Chandra Paul again. Onto the front foot comes Singh, comes off the inner edge. Again, I think that one might have been the wrong one on that occasion. The batsman coming onto the front foot, the ball coming off the inner half of the bat, running away square on the onside, and they're getting a single. So rotation of the strike once again. It's up to 72 for 5.
The benefits of keeping bat and ball close together.
Here is Chandra Paul, and coming onto the front foot. This has been quite an intense battle between these two. You can see Wildman, he would really like to get down the track and get to the pitch of these deliveries, I believe, and play a few more expansive shots. But expansive shots. But every time he seems to measure Chandra, keep Wildman in check. So we come to end of over number 22, though, Martin. It's now 73 for 5 with Wildman on 19, Thompson on 4, as we are joined. Well, not actually joined. These are members of the Wales side.
They just came in from the boundaries edge over by the eastern side of the
hazy sunshine, not typical Carib, tropical, bright, brilliant, warm weather.
Filtered by the clouds.
But quite pleasant, I must say, especially to those in the middle. I would imagine the players are appreciating the fact that the sun is not really streaming down. As Captain Amin now is going to bring himself into the attack. So he tried Danny Ram for the one over. Now he's going to bring himself into the bowling lineup. Bowling for the first time from this northern end is Captain Zamin Amin. Amin, 3 overs for 11. Looking for the sweep shot, and the move by Captain Amin, paying amends on this occasion immediately.
Amen to that. And it's straight in front, going for that sweep. And
Captain Amin for his mover. We were just talking about removing Morris, who seemed to be doing quite a good job, and replacing him with Danny Ram, and then immediately the captain withdrawing Danny Ram out of the attack, bringing himself on and striking with his first delivery. England are 73 for 6. So Wildman comes back to the pavilion, leg before a wicket to Zamin Amin for 19, and the fall of the 6th wicket, 22.1 overs gone, the total being 73, and the incoming batsman Sean Cooper, who will be joining for 1. Jonathan Wildman, leg before wicket to Zamin Amin for 19. James Williams bowled by Anthony Morris for 17, as we resume with Chandra Paul Singh from the southern end, and a single taken by Whitaker to continue. Jason Finch run out for 4. At the wicket presently, Steve Thompson on 5 and Sean Cooper on 1. So it's going to be Thompson facing up. It's Whittaker. Whittaker, sorry.
Yeah, they took the single.
It was David, well, it was Whittaker and so it is Whittaker and Cooper. Yeah. As this one is outside the off-stump post, chasing does Cooper. Delivery pitching outside the off-stump, one suspects. From our position here, we can't actually tell the line of the delivery. We're feeling that we're seated at a very wide third man when the right-handed batsman is on strike at the northern end.
What we can tell you is that Chandra Paul Singh is asking serious questions of every batsman that is facing him.
One more run to the total. One to Cooper brings Whittaker on strike. Whittaker is on 6, 77 for 6. Nudged away down to that short third man position to the gully. Drakes, who has had a lot of work both at that short third man and the long on positions in front of us, comes in from his position, unable to pick up cleanly. And I think the run was on nonetheless. The batsman going with the shot. So good understanding between the pair at the wicket at the moment. It's 78 for 6. As this delivery chopped down to Drakes again. This time Drakes is going to have to chase it back towards the third man boundary. And the second run easily had. Return comes in on the first bounce. We haven't seen Ian Drake so far for the day, quite surprisingly. He has been one of the main bowlers for West Indies in the preliminary rounds, and one wonders if there may be some slight injury or that may be affecting his ability to bowl. Again, he's in the action again as the batsman coming onto the front foot, deliberately guiding it through the slip. And the Drakes must be a tired man by now, chasing around to his left, and the single taken off. The final delivery of the 24th over. We say good afternoon to a man called Eddie Carter,
Yes.
to his friends known as Eddie Rat.
Carts. Ended the over there, and the left-handed
This one.
Ian Drake's not called into action to do his medium stuff. Perhaps they have done their homework on the England team, recognizing that the majority of their runs may have come off of the pace bowling, and in the interest of getting in enough overs, they've gone with an all-spin attack.
Well, 81 for 6 after 24. Not pace off the ball actually has been the policy by West Indies so far, seeming to have worked, keeping the rate of scoring. The current rate is 3.4 runs per over. I think that the English would want to really step that up somewhat. We see struck on the pad as he goes for the sweep, but
Gone
given
again.
leg before wicket.
He would have
Cooper.
seen his partner being dismissed. What a golden arm the skipper,
I thought for a minute there you were going to say that the umpire Prescott has the golden arm, that left arm that raises slowly.
A golden finger raised above the head is all that's necessary. But the golden arm, the first ball of the previous over, took an LBW, ill-advised sweep. Replay, rewind, and press play again.
And second wicket for Zamin Amin, the captain, as is Cooper, who is leg before wicket for 5 of the first delivery once again of the 24th over. It's 81 for 7. Lyndon Yard will be joining us quite shortly for the continuation of the ball-by-ball commentary as we head into the closing stages of the England innings. Martin, your take on what could possibly be the target that the Englishmen will be looking to set the West Indies, given that we've got 5 overs and 5 balls left and only 3 wickets in the hutch, 81 for 7.
Well, I'm not sure at the moment what they've had, because we haven't been able to see the England batting and see how deep they go. But we do know that the bowling of the West Indies team is good enough to restrict them.
Maybe we could ask our friend, the scorer, Alan Jones, if in his opinion, the English have the English have the power player, the explosive power that we may be able to see that the English batting has been tested.
So a lefty is on strike.
So left-hander swashed away into the deep. They're going to be at least 3 runs here. I believe the ball is going to pull up just a couple of meters inside the boundary at deep cover.
And attempt to run. Oh, not cleanly taken.
Nelson, the striker, was all for coming back for that 3rd run. His partner Whitaker was never in unison with him, and I thought that the 3rd run was on from the time the shot was played, but I didn't think that they actually went with enough intent at the beginning.
The intent was there, the call was on, but obviously it takes 2 to tango. The other batsman was not interested whatsoever.
It takes 2 to run a single in cricket. 2 runs though to Nelson, gets him off the mark as he's onto the front foot, nudged away behind square. The man at short fine legs quickly around to his right to field, and there is no run. So Nelson 2, 3 for 7 the total. And Amin, who has been in a rich spell since coming back on from this pavilion end, says the delivery stroke past him as he comes around to his left, unable to stop the ball. So one more to the left-handed Nelson, that being Robert Nelson.
111?
84 for 7.
222?
Full Nelson, double
333?
Nelson. No, this is Rob Nelson.
Ah, okay. And not Admiral Nelson. Very well.
And this one nudged into the onside. Keeper quickly from behind the stumps. Quickly quells any ideas the batsmen have of going through for a sharp single. So Captain Amin has bowled a tremendous spell since he's come back on from the pavilion end. He is once again seeing the plan to come forward, and there is who else swooping away to his right and fielding cleanly but that man, Chandapal Singh. Dot ball to finish the 25th over is 84 for 7. Just 5 more to go. And England really hoping to step it up as the sun continues to make its presence more and more felt. We're now at the brightest part of the day so far, Martin. 5 overs to go. England 84 for 7.
Well, as you say your departure, and I welcome my colleague Lyndon Yard. You must have enjoyed watching that bit while you were off air.
Oh, most definitely, Martin. And we're down to the last 5. England 84 for the loss of 7. Nelson has 3, recently gone to the crease. With him is Whitaker on 7. And the English were asked to bat in conditions overcast, but now we're being greeted by some sunshine. We have all the teams that aren't participating today here. I could tell you the winner here will meet the USA. They had a rained out game against the UAE. And just to keep with the theme U, what are your predictions? Who will win here?
It gives the West Indies team, if they progress to the final, a chance to avenge themselves, having lost their opening encounter to the very USA.
Well, it's going to be William Lashley who's going to come back, and he'll be doing business with Nelson. And Nelson's, whose first name is Rob. And England, Masters, 84 for the loss of 7, start of over number 26 of 30. And a game that got going at 12:15. One of 2 games on today. The other 2 games rained out in the upper part of St. Philip at Wentworth and St. Catharines in Bayfield. Here's Lashley on the way to Nelson. Nelson has a booming drive, doesn't make any contact, not taken cleanly by Anthony Sahadeo behind the stumps. And the English, the Irish, they're all having a good time, as well as the West Indies A team. Here is Lashley on the way into Bolton Nelson. Nelson's beaten by a beauty. The off spinner just going across him, pitching on and off and going wider. Committed to trying to get back the ball. Good length, good line. And moral victory there for William Lashley in the 26th over between the umpire and the stump. And this delivery, the batsman is down the wicket. There's Rob Nelson slashes it out to Anthony Morris, who comes off that cover boundary. And they take 1. So Nelson by 1 to 4. He brings Whitaker on strike. Nelson, a left-hander, Whitaker, the right-hander. The field adjusts. So there's a backward point. Sorry, short third man. Backward point, cover, sweep on the cover boundary, long off, long on, short mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and a deep square leg. in position as England invited the bat first, or 85 for the loss of 7 in over number 26 of 30. And I think they'll be pretty happy with the score and not the amount of wickets that they would have lost. But they still have an opportunity that they can press the accelerator in the last 3, preferably. Get as close as possible to 100 and then see how much they can get to 100 as quickly as possible and see how much they can get after that 100. William Lashley with other ideas.
Of course, Nelson has shown his intent already. Scampering through for 2 and was looking for a 3rd run.
So Whitaker with the helmet on waits on Lashley right arm off spin and is chipping down the wicket. Gets a full toss, turns it into a Yorker, hits it back to the bowler. No addition to limits the batsman to 1. And they suspect that is none other than a good friend of mine's. That is Narayan Bidisi, who was rested last game. And 1 run achieved, 86 for 7. It brings the left-handed Nelson to straight. Lashley between the umpire and the stump. Short ball pulled away out to Ian Drakes, patrolling the backward square boundary on backward square boundary. 1 to Nelson, 87 for 7. And that concludes over number 26. Done and dusted. We have 4 overs left, Martin. I know you've hidden all season long from the prediction or the predictor. So it's about time you get it right. I know you're good at maths, excellent at English. Predicted score with 4 overs left.
I don't want to go score-wise, but I'm dealing with the overall momentum of the tournament. With every match, the West Indies team has been improving in their performances. The last chase that they had, they managed to do enough to make sure that they're here to play in the semi-final.
I want a total. I want an England
the
total.
The arithmetic of the actual total is unpredictable at this ground. Again, you have to keep one eye on the weather, and the outfield is not giving you... Again, there's so many variables. One end is popping, the other one is giving you unpredictable bunks. The outfield is neither here nor there. And we're not sure who's going to be bowling.
I want you to predict a score. That is unpredictable.
Current score is what now?
87 for 7. With 4 overs left. 24 deliveries. A run a ball.
87.
And a dot ball. From Danny Ram, who's back.
To 100.
They're not going to get to 100, so take it under 100.
So under 100.
Here's the division driven over short cover. Ian Drakes from long off is across to his right. And Nelson will come back for 2. Run number 89. I think anything under 100 is a bonus for West Indies. And I suspect, I'll tell you, they're going to get over 100.
And if the captain allows the score to get over the 100, that's because he wants to give his batting a little exercise ahead of playing the USA in the final.
Well, we have a large contingent here because 3 of the teams are at the venue, and that is good for the bar especially, and good for the English.
And it's great for
here
the atmosphere.
Is Danny Ram in, and there is Nelson looking to hit this one through mid-wicket, or through mid-on. Taken by the keeper Sahadeo. There's no run. 89 for loss of 7. This is over number 27. This one is whipped to the fielder at that mid-wicket position. That is none other than Maharaj. Mindfully sorry.
Sahadeo is making the batsman stay honest because he's been quick.
Nelson waits on Danny Ram, who's into him, and he swings this one, or attempts to swing it out in the leg side. And the ball trickles off the pad, leg by, signaled by umpire Prescott. And we are up to 89, 90 for the loss of 7. And the Wales side, they had a good tournament. They didn't get off the mark, but had a good outing. And actually they got off the mark because that game was rained out today, so they got the first points. And you don't get points at this stage. Here is a delivery. The batsman is struck on the pad of the people, leg before and given. So Whitaker goes leg before wicket to Sudish Danny Ram for he made 8. England slipped further in trouble at 90 for 8 in the 27th over.
Well, 3 overs to go, or 3 furlongs?
3 overs to go.
And again, that full ball, they attempt to play across the line to it. They got their runs, not, sweeping or paddling, playing straight, keeping the ball in the V's, the basics of cricket. But going across the line, you miss, I hit, and that is your perishing and your downfall. I don't want to claim to beware the Ides of March and be a soothsayer, but I did tell you that the West Indies bowling sufficient to limit the score under the 100. The only thing I don't know is all 7 lottery numbers.
Well, we are blessed, Martin, with some brilliant sunshine, and you are listening to live coverage of the Big Man Cricket Over 50s Caribbean Cup. This is a semi-final of the cup competition. The other semi-final has been rained out in the cup competition, which means that the USA will advance to the final. And the loser here will meet UAE tomorrow in the third place playoff. And we'll also have the final of that plate competition. I can tell you that the game between Canada and India are ongoing at the BNOC ground, where Canada were batting when last I checked. I shall do a recheck for you. Keep listeners up to date as the flash drive media and anything cricket in association brings to you some brilliant coverage and streaming of the
And
production.
It looks like William Lashley.
The new batsmen have gone to the crease. Is Steve Thompson is finally at the crease. And Nelson will have strike. Nelson has 7, 90 for the loss of 8. Start of over number 28. And William Lashley to thunder his off spin. And I'm going to bring you up to date. And it's really a pleasure to have such wonderful people in St. Philip. Lashley right arm between the umpire and the stump into bowl to Nelson, and Nelson is playing the ball up on the offside as over number 28 starts with England 90 for the loss of 8, having been asked to bat first. I'm going to tell you that Canada batting first against India on 57 for the loss of 4. That game has been reduced to 31 overs. 19 overs gone. Here is Nelson, cuts outside the off stump, doesn't make contact, through to the keeper. So we come down the home stretch. England 90 for the loss of 8. 2 overs after this remaining of a scheduled 30. With Nelson on 7. He waits on Lashley, who's into him. And he looks to run it, and he runs it into the gloves of the keeper. Caught behind by Anthony Sodeo. A naughty shot, Martin. I think your prediction is looking good. As I speak to you, England Masters have lost wicket number 9 with Nelson, Rob Nelson, a cheeky shot. Looking to run it down to third man. He succeeded in running it into the gloves of keeper Anthony Sodeo, who took the catch. He comes back for 7, bowled by William Lashley. And England 90 for 8 becomes 90 for 9. Can we have 99 for 9?
Well, they were 90 and 9, and there was still one that they had to look for. So it's all over to Mr. Desai now.
Well, if we can get 99 for 9, we'll still be under your 100 prediction.
Not so much worried about prediction as I want to see good cricket.
So the new batsman going out is Sharad Desai, and that Sharad is C-H-I. So Nelson comes back, and it's not looking good. William Lashley, 5.3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12 is up his partner. So 90 for the loss of 9. I shall endeavor to run through the top scorecard from the top in this game, where the West Indies presently are in charge. And I can tell you, haven't asked the English team to take first knock. Ecclestone, he went for 7. Snellgrove went for 16. Trotman made 1. Wildman with a tournament high knock of 97. He got 19 today. Williams got 17. Finch contributed 4 before he was left stranded. Thompson is yet to score.
I just want you to
Cooper
take a gander
on
at
5.
the view for this next delivery by Lashley. And then you can go back to the score.
I'll get back
Look
to
at
that.
the onside.
So they're packing the offside end. So we have a slipping position, backward point. There's a short third man cover. Sweep on the cover, extra cover boundary. Long off, long on, straightish mid wicket and deep mid wicket as Lashley's in. And there is Desai working the ball up to the fielder Anthony Morris, who patrols the short mid wicket. There's no run. England in a lot of trouble. 90 for 9. This is over number 28. Two after this. Lashley into Desai, and Desai is driving. Elegant shot. Can't score. Finds Mangley. So Desai looks good. One wonders why he didn't come any earlier. 90 for 9. And this he goes back and runs it down to Ian Drake. So think about the single. We've already saw the runner of Cooper. So over number 28 comes to an end. It's a maiden over. At this stage, to have a maiden over, unbelievable. William Lashley, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12. And they could tell you, after 28 overs, England Masters invited back first. They're 90 for 9 with 2 to go.
Yes, and that over, after the wicket fell, Lashley bowled without anyone in the 45 behind square.
Well, he's had good control to continue the scorecard. Whitaker is not or not. And with him is Sharaj, Bipin Desai. So both batsmen yet to score. 90 for loss of 9. 28 overs done and dusted. Some bowling figures. So this Danny Ram, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 24. Zaman Amen, the captain, is back. And he's going to bowl in his cap. So the captain back in his cap. And
Cap row cap.
It's going to be Thompson on strike. He's yet to score. England 90 for 9, the start of the penultimate over. And he's asking Danny Ram to come around to his right at long off. He's asking Ian Drakes to go to his right at long on. He's going to request that Mangley comes to his left at deep mid wicket. He has a man at slip, short third man, backward point, and he's brought in the extra cover. As a matter of fact, he's going to operate with a 5-4 field. He has a straightish mid wicket, a fielder in the corner position, long on, long off. So here is Thompson, waits on Amin, who's into him, plays it with soft hands. There is Desai, takes 2 exploratory steps, have to get back. He does that well. England remain 90 for 9.
Lot of real estate on the leg side.
In the penultimate over, and there is Thompson looking good. It's not a test match. It's the penultimate over. 90 for the loss of 9.
It's the last pair, so they want to ensure that they face.
I think they'll have to battle the overs.
Yes.
The key is to battle the overs, but you need to get some runs as well. Anything is bonus. Amin in. There's the batsman tucking it into the leg side. Plenty of real estate. They're gone for 1. Amin is onto it. They think about the second. And Desai returns to the safer ground. 1 more to total, so England inching close to that 100. 91 for loss of 9. 28.3 overs gone.
What was the name of that octopus that they had predicting the World Cup winners in the FIFA World Cup? I'm not him.
Amin turns, comes between the umpire and the stumps. And this delivery is driven, or stroked, I should say, by Desai, who looks good to turn for 1. They're going to challenge the arm.
Blind turn.
The return comes in, and they get 2. So, taking on the arm there of Morris, and 2 runs achieved. So, England up to 93 for loss of 9.
I'm more like the puppies that predict the Kentucky Derby winner.
In the 29th over, 28.4 overs gone. 93 for loss of 9. The lost wickets at a good clip. Few batsmen got starts, but none capitalized. To continue the bowling figures, Anthony Morris sent down 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14. William Lashley, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12. Impressive figures. Amin on the way to bowl to Desai, and Desai
Fishing at that
fishes
one.
outside the also not taken by the keeper. So 1 ball remaining in over number 29. It is 91 for 9. Zaman Amin, 5.5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 17. Chandapal Singh, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 22. Amin between the umpire and the stumps, on the way into bowl to Desai, and Desai gets a ground eater. It never left the turf. Skidded along the turf. Luckily for him, it wasn't on the stumps. The over number 29, the penultimate over of this game in the first half, comes to an end. England asked to bat first. 93 for the loss of 9. Desai has 2. Thompson have 1. Martin?
In Australia, down under they call those a gazanda. That one gazanda the bat. Yes, final over.
What did they call them in England?
I don't know, shooters?
You got it right. And in the West Indies, a ground eater.
Ground eater. Suppose now that we're going to have the ICC World Cup being played in the United States of America, the next ICC T20 in America, they'll probably call them groundhogs.
And the West Indies, don't forget that.
Well, yes.
It's been shared.
ICC Americas.
So, it's going to be Chandapal Singh, the fielder of the tournament, to come into the attack. Right arm leg spin. He has 8 wickets all tournament. And he's going to be bowling the final over to Thompson. Steve Thompson on strike. Chandapal is into him. They'll be tossed up and he's driving. Lovely shot. The fielder, William Lashley, off the long off boundary, comes in, has a return, comes in. And they get 2. So 2 to Thompson. So for the first time today, we hear the English applauding. 95 for loss of 9. This is the final 5 deliveries, barring anything extras. So Thompson has 3. Desai has 2. 5 deliveries, 5 legal deliveries left. Chandapal Singh, slimly built, goes past the umpire into bowl to Thompson, who turns it into the leg side. Desai, eager to get down to that end. Thompson unable to move. A lot fitter, a lot bigger, a lot heavier. And it'll be difficult for him to get down there.
99 for 9.
Contrasting size here. He plays it late. Ian Drakes has a shot at the non-strikers end. They're going to turn and come back for 2. And Chandapal really should have done better. And 2 to Thompson. So Thompson is on 5. 97 for loss of 9. And as usual, the English makes the most noise in the final over.
Well, and they want to ensure that I'm not accurate.
3 deliveries left. Here is Chandapal in. Worked into where a 4 short leg would be by Thompson, who seems intent on preserving his wicket rather than getting anything extra. 97 for 9. Chandapal Singh into Thompson. He advances down the wicket and drags it out to mid-wicket. The fielder, Morris, is off the boundary to take run number 98. So Thompson by a single to 6. Desai comes into strike. He will face the final delivery. England invited back first. 98 for 9. Will they finish on 99 for 9? Or will they get the 2 runs? Or will they get a boundary? Boundaries have been short and scarce today. Chandapal Singh into Desai. Desai is down the wicket. Plays it to fielder at straight mid-wicket and goes for a non-existent single. And England have been bowled out of the final delivery for 98, with Desai going for an ill-advised single. He's been run out. The innings comes to an end of the 30th over and the final delivery. And England asks to bat first. 98 all out. The fielder at mid-wicket. I will get that fielder for you when he comes off. I took my eyes off the fielder. Mangley. So run up by Mangley. Mangley to the keeper. So England innings falls at 98 for all out. Martin, and I'll give you the scorecard after this.
Yeah, well, I hate being right sometimes. I would admit when I'm wrong. Came pretty close to getting the 100. That's a fair recovery of sorts. And no, it's over to the batsman from the West Indies team. Unfortunately, due to a prior commitment, I have to leave here at 2:30. And I will continue to follow the big man over 50s Caribbean Cricket Cup Masters coverage on YouTube.
On the cut and drive. Sorry.
Flash
On
drive.
the flash drive.
Media.
And the Anything Cricket Network. And just trying to ascertain a score in the other game between Canada and India before I come back to the end of this game in progress to give you the complete scorecard. Last score we had from the BNOC ground, which is very adjacent to us, maybe just 7 minutes of walk and 2 minutes drive. There were 57 for 4. Canada batting first off 19 overs, and the game reduced to 31 overs. But while I wait for that to come up, I'm going to tell you, let me give you the live scores here. Just trying to get the 90. Just trying to get the scoreboard to come up. And somehow seems to be being punished by the... Yes, here we go. So, as...
Just before you start, did the captain call for the heavy roller or the light roller?
Well, a roller is going out. And that is the bigger of the 2 rollers at the ground. So I think it is the heavy roller. And the West Indies team being clapped off the ground. Very good sportsmanship by the English. And wonderful performance by the West Indies to restrict England to 98 all out of 30 overs. 98 all out of 30 overs. And I shall endeavor to run through these details for you as soon as they become available. And just waiting for
The trickery of technology.
Cricket West Indies Masters Association put on the tournament. And of course, you're listening to live coverage of the Big Man Cricket Over 50s Caribbean Cup semi-final. The only semi-final played today, as the other semi-final game featuring the USA and UAE at Bayfield in St. Philip was rained out, which means that effectively the USA side will go forward. From the top, Giles Elkelson was caught by the substitute of the bowler of Swedish Danny Ram for 7. David Roy Snellgrove went for 16, run out by Shandapal Singh for 16. Richard Trotman was caught Swedish Danny Ram off the bowler of William Lashley for 1. Jonathan Richie Wildman, leg before wicket bowler Zamin Amin for 19. James Williams he was bowled by Anthony Maraj for 17. Michael Finch, was run out by Ian Drakes for 4. Stephen Thompson, leg before wicket bowler Swedish Danny Ram for 8. Sean Cooper, leg before wicket bowler Zamin Amin for 5. Robert Nelson caught wicket keeping Anthony Sahadeo off the bowler of William Lashley for 7. Jason Whitaker not out 6. And Shiraz Bipin Desai run out off the final delivery by a return from Radindra Mangali, run out for 2. Extras 6, 2 wides and 4 no balls, a total of 98 all out of some 30 overs. Bowling for the West Indies, Swedish Danny Ram, 6 overs, no millions, 2 for 24, 6-0, 24-2. William Lashley, 6 overs, 2 millions, 2 for 12. Very impressive figures of off spin. 6 overs, 2 millions, 2 for 12. Anthony Morris, another off spinner, 6 overs, no millions, 1 for 14, 6-0, 14-1. Zamin Amin, the left arm spinner, 6 overs, no millions, 2 for 19, 6-0, 19-2. And Shandapal Singh, the right arm leg spinner, 6 overs, no millions, none for 27. 6 overs, no millions, none for 27. Martin Paris, the target. You called it right the first time that they will get under 100. They finish all out for 98 of the final delivery. An easy mathematical equation, just over 3 runs and over. First, I want your predictions and what will you think will be the West Indies approach.
Well, they've got enough overs. The conditions have improved. They have proven that they've earned the right match by match to be here in the final. And the run rate is not beyond them. The depth of batting, when you have somebody like an Ian Drakes, who is a former opening batsman, coming lower down in the order, should the England bowling prove to be dicey on this pitch, shouldn't be beyond them.
Well, I think it all comes down to how the West Indies approach their innings. We've seen Swedish Danny Ram, he's a class player. They will have to get him and hope to get him early. Anthony Sadeo hasn't got or set a light the tournament thus far. So it's an easy target to chase down. Remember, England hammered Canada 200 for 3. And now they come here and they flop at a critical time. But runs on the board are always runs on the board. So they have that advantage called scoreboard pressure. But I think the pressure will be on them because they will more than likely have to bowl the West Indies out if they're going to win this game. Because I think for you not to get 3.3 runs over in 30 overs and don't get 99, it'll be very disappointing for all West Indies supporters.
Well, to find out the outcome, we're going to be back after the luncheon interval on behalf of yourself, Lyndon, Wayne, and Kurt. This is Flash Drive Media and Anything Cricket. Let's talk. Big Man. Over 50s cricket. Caribbean Cup semi-final. West Indies versus England. We'll be back for the final stanza after this luncheon break.
And welcome back to the Flash Drive Media and Anything Cricket production, as we are about to witness the reply from the West Indies. They're going to chase down a target of 99 if they are to advance to the finals of the Big Man Cricket Over 50s Caribbean Cup, to be played at Kensington Oval on Friday. Win the toss and asking the unbeaten England Masters to take first. Not England Masters, they struggled in a game reduced to 30 overs, having got started at 12:15 in the afternoon. They mustered only 98 all out off the final delivery. With me is Kirk Strawn, and going to the middle to join the England team, who are already in the middle, will be the West Indies openers of Miraj, and with him is Brian Johnson. Good afternoon, Kirk.
Well, good afternoon, Lyndon. Good afternoon, all the viewers. We've got an interestingly poised game on our hands, Lyndon. Some may think that this 98 is an inadequate total, but the scores coming back from the England's Masters games would give some impression that their bowling has been able to hold its own throughout the entire tournament.
Well, we want to believe that in their defense of 99s, it's difficult to defend 99 in 30 overs unless you have exceptional bowling. So we will see what they have to offer. It's a simple equation, and they will get going momentarily. So it's going to be Miraj who's going to take strike. He's a left-hander. Brian Johnson is your non-striker. And England going to open the bowling with Whittaker. And this is Jonathan Whittaker, who's going to open the bowling. And he's going to be operating from the northern end with a slip in position. The keeper is up to the stump. And here is the first delivery. Here's it. As it was struck through the offside and finds the fielder, Snellgrove, who is patrolling that point. And I name him Paul Collingwood. And he's in the field position where you find Paul Collingwood.
Yes, backward point. You expect your best fielder to be in at the backward point region. And there you see Snellgrove being entrusted with that duty. So let's see how he goes in that position.
So here's Whittaker, starts to walk first, then breaks into a run, goes past the umpire right arm over the wicket, outside in the off stump, and not taken cleanly behind the stump by the wicket keeper, who happens to be Steve Thompson. And there's no runs. West Indies yet to score. Third man in position, slip in position, patrolling that backward point position is Snellgrove. Then there's his opening partner Ecclestone, who's feeling at the cover point, cover in position mid-off. And mid-off happened to be Jason Finch. Can't miss him. Diminutive and stocky. Walks in as Whittaker breaks into his run to bowl to Miraj. And Miraj is forward, runs the ball down to Snell. He wouldn't think about a single. So it's a good start by Whittaker. And the West Indies yet to score to complete the field. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and the fielder on the long leg, fine leg boundary. Are you surprised at that fine leg in position? Fine leg in third man and 2 men out?
Not necessarily. If you look at the lines that the bowler has been bowling, Lyndon, back of a line basically, and the batsman wouldn't be allowed to hit through the line, so mid-on and mid-off up. So we would expect those 2 men to be back.
So Ishwar Miraj waits on Whittaker, comes forward, runs the ball into the onside, thinks about a single, has to get back as the ball is picked up by Wildman. There's no run. Actually, the ball is now with Wildman. So, nicely positioned the game. The target 99.
All of 30 overs in which to get up to the target.
A cool afternoon. The sun is very much with us.
And a lovely
plenty
crowd.
of clouds and crowd.
Yeah, lovely crowd building as well. We've got the players from almost all the teams who are not playing here present today. When you look to your right, Lyndon, you can see the players from the UAE taking in some sunshine, no bright sunshine here at the BNOC Oval, the Pickwick, the Four Square Oval. You can see some players, don't mind the Brexit, Lyndon. The Wales and the English are mixing, don't mind Brexit. The Welsh team and the English are still mixing. And a lovely atmosphere here at the Four Square Oval.
And to our extreme left, the West Indies A are also here in support of their West Indies side. In the meantime, Wildman looks as busy as ever, breaks into a walk, then a run. Goes past the umpire to bowl to Miraj, and Miraj gets a little bit pitched up. Yorker length, well bowled. So the end of over number 1 in pursuit of 99 for victory. The West Indies are none for none. A maiden over delivered there by Whitaker, Jason Whitaker. And good start.
Yeah, just nice gentle start by Whitaker on our body off stump operator, on our body off stump, and on each delivery lane. And one thing you must notice about that over, on each delivery, he asks the batsman a question. No free balls at all, no easy leaves. So a good start by the bowler Whitaker.
Oh, magnificent start. And we've been told that their bowling is probably the better part of their game. And it seems as though there is number 69, Daniel, with a bat in his hand. I don't think he was carrying a bat. I think he was carrying a message. And the batsman probably decided that he received the email already.
Well, yes, trying to get the attention of Maharaj down at the non-strikers end. But Maharaj not seemingly interested in fact, the message coming out. In fact, he's gone for another bat as well. So that probably wasn't the bat that Maharaj had requested. So he's been sent off the field, waved off, and then probably to come back at a later date.
So Brian Johnson is going to have strike, and James Williams is going to be bowling to the right-hander. Williams off a very short run, so I suspect he's a spinner. Off spinner. Right arm off spin. And the field is a short third man. Snellgrove patrols the point. Cover. Mid-off. Mid-on. Mid-wicket straightest. Deep mid-wicket behind him. As his first delivery, Johnson goes on to the back foot and forces the ball out to the fielder who is patrolling that
Typical
cover position, Sean Cooper.
A 5-4 onside field with 5 on the onside. So looking to get a bit of purchase out of this wicket is the bowler.
Deep square leg, and that one beats the fine leg. The turn for one, so Johnson just ambling. Really should have been 2. But remember, we said earlier, Johnson has been carrying an injury for the entire tournament. Got himself aggravated injury last 2 games at the BNOC ground after he had scored 58 not out in the very first game against the USA. So the West Indies opened their account. They are 1 without loss in over number 2 with Brian Johnson on 1.
And now you see Daniel now being asked to come onto the field, being allowed to come onto the field by the umpires so that the batsman Ishwar Miraj can get a change of bat. Probably broke his favorite one in the first over. And getting a replacement, Lyndon, and lots resting on Miraj. Miraj has gotten in. He's gotten some starts all tournament, but then he's found a way to get out. He needs to carry on today. He needs to get in and carry on today in this run chase to get the West Indies side into the final.
Yes, remember they're searching for a target of 99 for victory. And it's going to be Miraj on strike. So the field will change for the left-hander. Deep mid-wicket is out. Square leg in position. Straightish mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off. As the right arm is a wrong between the umpire and the stumps. Not taken cleanly behind by the keeper, who happens to be Thompson. And the stifle appeal, slip in position as well. Backward point, and cover between the umpire and the stumps. And this will be short and pulled to the fielder at the backward point position.
No timing at all in that shot from Miraj.
That's Whitaker. So Miraj will need to capitalize on anything loose. That was a loosener. Right arm between the umpire and the stump. This time Miraj goes on the back foot, hits the ball hard into the ground. And not fielded there by Jason Finch. And he has to chase it back. And they take 1. So Miraj by 1 opens his account. Johnson has 1. And slow progress for the West Indies in search of a target of 99. They're 2 without loss.
They're just basically looking to get themselves in, the 2 openers for the West Indies team. There was a short delivery outside the off-stump and having enough room to get his hands through it and cutting it into the offside, and a poor bit of work by the man Finch. The heavy set Finch in at the cover point region, not stopping the ball and the batsman getting an easy single.
So the off spin of James Williams, short ball, punch by Johnson out to Cooper, who's patrolling that cover position, can't score. Over number 2, done and dusted, in search of 99 for victory. West Indies after 2 overs, they're 2 without loss.
Well, good start by, you would say it was an even start by both teams. The England team making the West Indies batsmen play at most of the deliveries. The West Indies batters trying to get themselves in, not playing too many rash shots, just looking to play the ball up and down the line. Thus far, one attempted aggressive shot by Ishwar Miraj, definitely not timed, and just trying to get themselves in the West Indies openers.
So maybe it's just a matter of having to pick up the pace of the wicket. Remember, we had loads of rain. The wicket wasn't really affected, but obviously with the covering, maybe a little bit of moisture, and we haven't had much sunshine. We've had some, but not enough that would drought the pitch extensively. It's going to be Whitaker to continue. And he moves into bowl to Ishwar Mirage. He's around the wicket. And Mirage is driving straight. And brilliant stop by Jason Finch. He threw his body to the ground. And that's a good sign. And this is what you want in defense of 99.
Yes, you want all your fielders to be engaged in the game, giving nothing away, trying to make the batsman work as hard as they possibly can for these 99 runs. And there was Finch
putting his whole body on the ground.
Being a culprit in the previous over and then making amends for it here, diving away to his left and doing good work.
Mirage waits on Whitaker, who's into him, and he's driving. Lovely shot. Again, he finds Finch, who's patrolling that mid-off position. So 1 run to Whitaker. He's up to 2. And West Indies are 3 without loss in over number 3.
Yes, and yet again, Lyndon, as I said again, Mirage looks rather easy on the eye. And in all the games that he's played, he's gotten in, got up to 15, 20. Took his time. He bats well, strikes the ball up and down the ground in the V. But then he just usually finds a soft way of getting out.
For West Indies perspective, we hope that is not the case today. Whitaker, I like the look of Whitaker. He reminds me of David Capel. Looks very busy in his run-up.
Yeah, a bustling approach, Lyndon, and honor about the off stump. And he'll ask any amount of questions, honor about the off stump.
Yes, with not a lot of pace to go behind it, but he's asking those probing questions.
Well,
Brian Johnson.
His accuracy should come into play.
And Johnson is forward. Plays the ball in front of him on the onside to Cooper. There's no run. Cooper sporting. Actually, that's not Cooper. That's Ecclestone. Giles Ecclestone. A pair of armbands on his hands. Also sporting a pair of armbands. Looks to be the slip fielding position. Third man. Just have cool time. Far out in the country. Backward point begins to walk in. As this delivery from Whitaker to Johnson, and Johnson is driving. Lovely shot. Again, there is the big man, the short big man in Jason Finch, and he's quickly across the outfield. 1 more to Johnson. So both batsmen on 2, and West Indies up to 4 without loss in over number 3.
A slow start, but just trying to get themselves in the West Indies batters. The opening batsman of pair of Mirage and Johnson. Johnson elevated in this game to open the batting. So another tactical change maybe?
Yes, Mirage waits on Johnson, who's in on Whitaker, who's into him and slashes outside in the off stump, just making a contact through to the keeper. Wide signal by umpire Prescott. And the ball is nicely taken there by Steve Thompson. One of the things we can say strong, we've seen some tremendous high level of keeping through the whole tournament.
For most of the teams in the tournament, Lyndon, the standard of the keeping has been exceptional. We've got Sahadio for the West Indies. We're now seeing
Steve
Thompson for the English, and we had the guy from India
who was picking bills.
Yeah, brilliant stuff by the keepers.
Here is Whitaker to bowl to Mirage. The left-hander is forward, stops the ball in front of him on the onside, and there is no run. So the English are asking questions for every delivery, and the West Indies equal to the task, but can't break the shackles.
And speaking about keepers, you can see the Welsh side, and they're keeping the barman busy. They've gone for the 3rd case of beer now. The Welsh side definitely enjoying the proceedings here at the 4 square oval.
Well, the good thing about the Welsh side is that they have an opportunity to move from number 8 when they played for that 7th position
tomorrow.
Still looking for that first win. As Whitaker is in to bowl to Mirage, the left-hander is stretching forward, plays the ball up to the fielder at the mid-on position, and England continue to put the pressure on the West Indies at the completion of over number 3. Whitaker has sent no 2 overs, 1 minute none for 3. Williams 1 over, no minutes none for 2. And the West Indies are 5 without loss. Kurt.
A slow start here by the West Indies opening batsmen, but the English, to be fair to them, they haven't given anything away. We just had 1 wayward delivery in the space of the 3 overs delivered so far, and just putting on some pressure, trying to get some pressure on the West Indies batsmen, hopefully trying to induce a couple false strokes, Lyndon, but just bowling tight, bowling good areas, and forcing the batsmen to play almost all the deliveries.
Well, if the West Indies are going to bat this, they'll have to make sure they don't dig themselves into a hole. It's going to be Williams to continue. This is James Williams, right arm off spin. Bowled the first good over. It just cost 2 runs. It's going to start over number 4. And the total is 1 more than 4. 5 without loss. Williams past umpire Boyce, here's a delivery driven straight. Lovely shot by Morris going over the bowler, by Johnson, going over the bowler's head and a couple bounces and a roll over the rope for 4. So there is Brian Johnson, typical Johnson fashion. Just measuring the bowler, and there's Williams giving it a little bit of air. And it was crunched down the ground for the first boundary of the West Indies innings. They're up to 9 out loss.
First sign of aggression by Brian Johnson, a flighted delivery. They made on in the circle like they want to tell Brian Johnson a secret. And Brian Johnson, technical enough to get the ball over the man at mid-off and into the boundary. Calculated shot, Lyndon. And the first sign of aggression from Brian Johnson.
I think the captain reckons it was a mistake by Williams because he hasn't adjusted the field. And he starts in to bowl to Johnson. And Johnson gets a short delivery and slams it out to the fielder off the square leg boundary, and he'll get 1. So pulling it down, Johnson unable to get enough bend in the right knee.
Well, there's
to
the bowler now, Lyndon, trying to make an adjustment in the length. The first delivery was flighted and it was lofted over long on. So obviously he's going to pull his length back, and he pulled it back a bit too short. And there was Brian Johnson rocking onto the back foot in a flash, but finding the man at the square leg region.
So Williams is going to come right down between the umpire and the stump to the left-handed Ishwar Miraj. West Indies up to 10 without loss. And over number 4, he's in to bowl to Miraj, and this delivery is tossed up. Miraj allows it to spin by, not taken behind the stumps by the keeper, Steve Thompson. But he has it under good control. So the Welsh are having a good time. I see Paisley's checking his phone, checking for his email. A delivery which the batsman is attempting to pull. And the bowler is down on his knees. He wouldn't get that. Umpire Boyce is not impressed. So Ishwar looking to capitalize on the fact that there's plenty of real estate if he clears the infield. The left-handed waits on Williams, who's in between the umpire and the stumps. The delivery which he's coming forward and strokes it up to the field at the mid-off position. They will take 1. The return comes into the hobbling Brian Johnson, who beats the return. So 1 more to Ishwar Miraj. He's up to 3. Johnson has 7, 11 without loss in
Much
over.
better shot this time on offer by Miraj Lane, coming forward and offering, presenting the full face of the bat to the off-spinning delivery, striking it down the ground as opposed to going across it and trying to get it into the onside.
Well, here is Williams, the bowl to Johnson, and Johnson is driving through the air. Lovely shot over where extra cover will be run close to the boundary. He can give up the chase. It's into the boundary now for 4. Oh, sweet. Over pitch, and Johnson into the drive. And 4 more to Johnson. With that 4, he's into double figures. He's on 11. And the West Indies at the end of over number 4, 15 without loss. Kurt.
Well, yes, Brian Johnson continues to score through the offside. And that's a favorite area for Brian Johnson. As long as you give him any room outside the off stump, he will look to capitalize. And the 2 deliveries on or about the off stump, one he lofted over the extra cover region, and the next one just hitting it a little slightly square this time and into the boundary. Same result, Lyndon. 2 lovely shots by Brian Johnson as the West Indies team begin to make inroads into this chase.
Yes, the asking rate, just not a lot presently. Just trying to work it out. 3.2. The required rate is 3.2 or 3.8 actually. Here is Whitaker to continue into bowl to Miraj. Miraj drives over the fielder. Finch, he has to run it close to the boundary. The ball goes into the boundary for 4. Finch is about 3 feet 1.
Just about.
Right, unable to get off the ground. He's also stockily built, so he didn't have a lot to get. Was struggling to get up in the air to pull it down. 4 runs to Miraj. He's up to 7. Johnson has 11 and is 19 without loss.
Well, yes, another pitched up delivery. Remember, we were speaking about the immaculate line and length being delivered by Whitaker in his first over, which was a maiden. But since then, he's decided to go a lot fuller, and the batsman inclined to drive.
Well, Miraj has 7, 19 without loss as Whitaker is into bowl to Miraj, and Miraj gets a delivery. He's driving, and looks as though it might have been. I get the impression it's a bum ball.
Well,
but
you've gotten a false impression, Lyndon.
Got a false impression.
There
simple
was
catch was put down there.
Simple catch into the man in there at the cover region, the extra cover region, and it shelled it, Lyndon. I'll get the fielder for you in a minute.
Rob Nelson. Well, recently we took down Nelson.
Yeah, from in Bridgetown. And they may have to remove this Nelson from the 4 square oval.
So they could ruin that chance. Dropped by Nelson at cover. As Mirage waits on Whitaker, who's into him. And he's driving through Nelson. So Nelson having his problems. He's put one down. He's missed one.
Yeah, it would be fair to say that Nelson is operating like the team secretary. Everything is going through him.
So with another run achieved, and I think what's important there is that Mirage gets off the strike because he seemed intent on just getting out.
Yeah, and this quite uncharacteristically of what we've seen of Mirage so far in the tournament, because Mirage usually sets his stalls up to bat most of the overs. He gets in, he looks quite elegant, easy on the eye, but there he was a rash shot in over number 4.
Here is
5.
Whitaker in the 5th over to bowl to Brian Johnson, who has 11. To this delivery, Johnson is playing from the crease, plays it in front of him. There is no run, and we will have a double change at the end of this over. That double change, it means it is you and I till the end of the game. It means that you will come here, I will go there. It means that you will do the commentary, and I'll do the comments.
Well, yes,
Double
Lyndon,
change.
we've got our work cut out for us, but I'm sure we've done it more often than not, and we'll manage to get the job done. Remember, this is cricket commentary at its best. You and I have been doing this stuff for a long, long time.
So, Whitaker, with his penultimate delivery of over number 5, his 3rd over, West Indies 20 without loss. Johnson waits on Whitaker, who's into him, and Johnson is forward, plays the ball easy out in the offside. There is no run, picked up by the fielder at the cover point. There is no run, so slip in position. There's a fielder at 3rd man on the boundary. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the fielder down on a long leg position. Not quite the fine leg, but more long leg position. Johnson on 11, Mirage on 8, Johnson on strike, West Indies 20 without loss. As I come to the end of my spell after this delivery, as Whitaker is in, Johnson is driving in the air, and again he beats Jason Finch, who's having a lot of work. He has to run it back to take 2, and they're going to hobble back. Johnson is going to hobble back for 2, sorry. So Johnson carrying the injury, and at the completion of over number 5, Johnson is up to 13. West Indies are 22 without loss. And I wouldn't say more from you, Kurt, but you will get more from me, and then you will take it over. And I can tell you that the West Indies 22 without loss. Mirage has 8 with him. Is Johnson, who's opening his shoulder. He has 13 against his name. And remember, they're chasing down a target of 99. That after England, who were asked to bat first, were dismissed off the final delivery for 98. And the West Indies, if they can win here, or actually I should say the winner here, will meet the USA, who advanced by virtue of a rained out game today at Bayfield. And the UAE will now have to contest that 5th place position. And they will know who they will meet after that game between India and Canada. Actually, they will meet Canada unless Canada wins that game. So they know that game being played at the BNOC ground. So both games that have gotten going today. As Strawn is going to take over, and it seems as though we can have a bowling change.
Well, yes. Looks like it will be a bowling change from the southern end of the ground. I'm just waiting to get confirmation from our good friend Mr. Jones here in the score box. 1, 2, 3 fielders converging around the umpire. It looks like Shiraj Desai will come into the attack, bowling a bit of off spin as well. So one off spinner replacing the other from the southern end, Lyndon. He's replacing Williams, who bowled 2 overs for 12 runs, just going about 6 runs and over. And Desai will come into the attack. I'll take you around the field. Thus far, he has a man at short 3rd man, a man in at backward point, a man in at cover point in Jason Finch, a man at mid-off, a man at mid-wicket, a man being sent wide into the country now, going down into the long on region, and a man at backward square on the boundary.
And just to include a fair set skirt, if it was a women's game, would you say a woman at?
I would say a fielder.
Thank you.
22 without loss, the West Indies Masters in pursuit of a target of 99 for victory. We're in over number 6. It's being bowled by Desai, who's just recently come into the attack from the southern end. He's on his way into bowler delivery to Mirage. Mirage is cutting straight to the man there. Looks like our good friend Finch. In fact, it's not Finch this time.
Finch is short and fat. Finch is at
short 3rd man.
point.
No, Finch is
Yeah,
at short third man.
yeah. I can tell you, adjacent to us, Canada made 126 for 7. India in response, 7 out loss, and they have 31 overs to get 127.
This side passes the umpire from around the wicket. Balls are delivered outside the off stump. Maharaj is cutting past the man in at cover point. They've gone for 1. That's all they'll be. Remember the non-striker Brian Johnson carrying an injury, Lyndon, and the batsman have ambled 1. Maharaj, he goes up to 9, and Johnson, who's got 13, comes back in the strike. The West Indies Masters in pursuit of a target of 99. They are 23 without loss.
And despite the injury, he's outscoring Mirage and has looked more in control of his innings. And he's the type of player that he relishes batting. That's the key to any batsman. You've got to like batting. And even in pain, he's not prepared to give his wicket away. I'm sure when asked for an opener, he decided he would put up his hand even with this injury.
Yes, Brian Johnson, a warrior. One of the long-standing servants of local cricket here in Barbados. A delivery which is being punched onto the offside. A short delivery and punched into the man there at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. As Desai, looks like a bit of uncomplicated off-spin, Lyndon. Tosses the ball from hand to hand and balls a short delivery. Johnson is cutting, but straight to the man in there at cover point. He got down and got down well. No run result, and the score will remain on 23 without loss. We're in over number 6. It's being bowled by Shiraj Desai. He's on his way, passes the young umpire Boyce, and to this delivery, a fly to delivery. Johnson backs away and punches it into the extra cover region where the fielder is in attendance. And yet again, Lyndon, the batsman cannot score.
Good bowling. Got to give credit where credit is due.
Siraj, the ball, what should be his final delivery as long as it's a legal one. Johnson down the track, and when he gets there, sweeps to the man, to the right of the man, Finch. Finch goes down in Ashtonville fashion, pushes foot at the ball. Ball goes through him again. The batsmen have completed 1, and 1 more to Brian Johnson. He goes up to 14, and the West Indies Masters in pursuit of 99 for victory in over number 6. In fact, at the end of over number 6, 24 without loss, Lyndon Yard.
Well, they're going nicely along, and Finch has had a lot of work to do. Reminds me of Chandapal Singh, when the ball just seems to be finding a particular fielder. And they say the English have good bowling. We've seen 2 off spinners. We've seen Whitaker. But what's important is that they need to get wickets and get them quickly.
Yes, anytime you're defending a false small score, the only way you can apply pressure, Lyndon, is by taking early wickets. And the English, after over number 6, they have yet to pick up any wickets at all. And they had 1 chance, which was shelled by the fielder in at short cover.
That is Rob Nelson.
So they will be looking to create some more opportunities, as it looks like Whitaker will continue from the northern end of the ground. Nice bustling approach before this 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. He started off the innings with an immaculate maiden, Lyndon, but since then he's come in for some rough treatment. Delivery punch off the front foot by Brian Johnson into the offside, where it's fielded by the man coming in from mid-off. Looks like the captain Wildman, and there is no run. So the score will remain on 24 without loss. We're in over number 7, Lyndon Yard. Over number 7 with a required rate of 3.2 runs per over.
That is a 7 of 30, so they have a lot of time.
75 runs remaining.
Brilliant sunshine.
Here at the 4-square oval, as Whitaker on his way passes the umpire, Prescott, and this delivery is driven straight down the ground like a bullet from a gun and into the long off region, Lyndon, and into the boundary. An over-pitch delivery, and there was Brian Johnson coming onto the front foot. I don't want to say he caressed it because it was more bludgeon down the ground and past the man at mid-off. He didn't have a chance to come around. And a lovely boundary, another boundary struck to Brian Johnson. He goes up to 18, and I make it his 3rd boundary of the inning so far, Lyndon, as the West Indies team. They go up to 28 without loss. We're in over number 7.
Yes, beautiful cricket shot by Brian Johnson. Hit with disdain as Whitaker got a little too close. He's now sent the mid-off back to long off. The mid-on remains up, but he can't afford to go too close. But he's looking to breach Johnson's defense.
Whitaker on his way, passes umpire Prescott, was a full delivery, but he pulled his length slightly back, just on or about that good length. And there was the batsman Brian Johnson, equal to the task, coming stylishly onto the front foot, and the ball back with the bowler as there is no run. 28 without loss. Over number 7. Brian Johnson, he's got 18, and with him is Mirage, who's been given a life. He's on 9, and the England team looking to make some inroads into the West Indies Masters batting lineup as Whitaker, bustling approach from the northern end of the ground, passes the umpire, jumps and delivers. A bowls a delivery which is bringing the batsman forward, playing it uppishly into the mid-wicket region, Linden Yard, but the fielder at mid-wicket didn't come around in time, and all's well that ends well. Johnson will remain on 18, and he scored 28 without loss.
Yes, and Whitaker having decided to pull his left back, which is what he has to do. He has to get the ball to deviate out. He's bowling prodigiously and in swinger. And Johnson is one of the players who have a very tight defense, and he's not afraid to go on the attack, especially if you are over pitching at Whitaker's pace.
Whitaker 3.4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. The passes umpire Prescott. Balls are delivered. Johnson is hitting high into the air. The fielder from long off is coming in, and he pulled out of it at the end, Lyndon. I thought he could have made a much better effort there, especially when your team are looking for a wicket. I think he pulled up of that catch quite early indeed. So Johnson, I would say he got a life, Lyndon.
I wouldn't quite agree they got a life. I think Wildman had the decision to make whether he was going to bust a dive, as we would say here in Barbados. At his age, you wouldn't want to bust a dive, despite the fact that Tremaine Prescott, the umpire, is a paramedic. You wouldn't want to take that chance. And I think Johnson also pulled out. So while Wildman pulled out of the catch, Johnson pulled out of the shot when he realized
that he was kind of
that
deceived.
He was right back on the boundary as well and deceiving flight.
19, Johnson, he goes up with that single to 19 as Mirage on 9 comes back into strike as Whitaker on his way into Mirage. Mirage solid in defense. Forward, solidly plays this delivery into the offside. The fielder from cover point comes in, does the fielding. So at the end of over number 7, the West Indies Masters, in pursuit of a target of 99, a victory target, a target that would take them into the final Linden Yard. There are 29 without loss.
And you know what just dawned on me, Sean? That should the West Indies win here, they will meet the USA once again.
It's a pity that it dawned on you at some minutes in the afternoon, but I think I understand what you're saying. 29 without loss.
Well, if you could give me the English time, I'll tell you what time. It dawned on me at the top of the hour there.
5 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock.
Which is approximately 5 minutes past the hour of?
2 o'clock in Barbados.
Okay. So both computers are working in sync?
In sync, yes, they are.
So Alan Jones, the scorer for the
doing some
British
good work, but what I'll say about Mr. Jones, he's
him.
not as amicable as our Welsh scorer who talked the entire game. Mr. Jones is a man seemingly of few words. As we get deeper into this run chase, we'll endeavor to have an interview. We'll speak to our producer. We'll get the nod from our producer, and we've got the okay to interview Mr. Jones at some point during the proceedings. But as we head into over number 8, I can tell you that it's going to be Shiraj Desai before there's some 1 over, just conceding 2 runs with some uncomplicated off-spin. Still bowling in his headgear as well with a cap turned back.
Rastaman style.
Rastaman style. And Brian Johnson, he's got 19. He comes into strike. And they score 29 without loss. Remember the victory target, Linden, 99 as Shiraj Desai bowls a flighted delivery outside the off stump. Brian Johnson giving himself some room and attempting a cut. The ball goes, should be taken by the keeper. No run resulting. Score will remain on 29 without loss, Linden.
I think he would believe he missed out there with Johnson.
As Shiraj Desai passes umpire Boyce. And to this delivery, Johnson is getting a full-length delivery, attempting a sweep shot, and doesn't make contact as the ball ricochets off the front pad. The keeper from behind the stumps quickly does the tidying up. The ball is back with Desai. Desai seemingly getting through his overs rather quickly as well. As Desai passes umpire Boyce for the 3rd time in this over. Johnson down the track, and when he gets there, drives but straight to the fielder at 3/4 of the way at mid-off, Linden. And the West Indies team losing their first wicket. That of Brian Johnson, caught by, it looks like, the captain Willman at mid-off. Well, 3/4 of the way down to the long off boundary. A good catch taken by the man down there. And they've lost their first wicket. That of Brian Johnson. Caught off the bowling of this side. Delivery outside the awesome. Giving the ball some air, Linden. And I'll leave it for you to describe it.
I think what happened there is that he didn't get in the stride. All his weight was on the back foot. He got onto the ball but didn't get the elevation he needed. And he picked up the tallest fielder on the field. And he didn't have to jump. He just put his hands up and took a simple catch. And he comes back. And it may be a matter of more a mental situation because his injury. He's very mindful of his injury. And
Snellgrove, the fielder taking the catch.
Yeah.
As not the captain Wellman. There, the applause you can hear in the background is the appreciative crowd here acknowledging the innings played by Brian Johnson. He made just 19. Showered with some applause from all of the spectators here in the Pickwick Oval, Linden, here at the 4 square ground.
And the new batsman going out is Sudish Daniram.
Yes, the Guyanese, the former Guyanese representative. Some said he was a bit unfortunate not to have gone on to play for the West Indies, but he also had some games. I think they said he played for either USA or Canada. USA, where he would have represented USA. So he's here now playing his trade for the West Indies Masters. And when you look at the West Indies Masters batting lineup, Linden, lots resting on the shoulders of Danny Ram.
Yes, and Mirage would also need to keep his company. And I felt personally that Mirage is better off at the non-strikers end. When he covers up, he looks good. But when he goes into attack mode, Sean, his whole game just goes apart. He loses his shape, loses his concentration.
Well, yes, 29 for 1. The new batsman is Suresh Danny Ram with a first class average of 29.14 after some 42 games.
4 list 800s.
4 list 800s. Facing up to Shiraj Desai, the wicket taker. He's on his way, bowls a short delivery, which the batsman Danny Ram onto the back foot and punch it into the mid-wicket region. The fielder from short mid-wicket moves around to his right. No run result, and the score will remain on 29 for 1 win over number 8. As Desai tosses the ball from hand to hand, passes umpire Boyce now, bowls a flighty delivery. Danny Ram forward onto the front foot, plays this one forward of square, gets an easy single Linden yard. So 1 to Danny Ram. He opens his account as the West Indies Masters at the end of over number 8. They go up to 30 for 1.
Yes, just easing that one to the leg side delivery. Angled down from, I would say, a centre or foolish, and he met it on the volley and just chipped it into the leg side very easy. And a single achieved by Danny Ram to open his account.
In fact, Lyndon, we've not quite reached the end of over number 8 as there's one legal delivery remaining. 7.5 overs already completed. He scored 30 for 1 as the left-handed Mirage will come back into strike. He's got 9. He's faced some 22 deliveries already at a strike rate of 40.9, Lyndon. But that's not really important because the required rate is just about 3.1 runs per over.
Yeah, he just needs to stay there, basically.
And they've got all of 22.1 overs remaining after this. As a delivery, bringing the batsman forward, quite compact in defense is Ishra Mirage. So at the end, finally now, of over number 8, I can tell you, the West Indies Masters in pursuit of a victory target of 99 for victory Linden Yard. They are 30 for 1.
Yes, and England will be happy to see the backup Johnson. He was doing the bulk of the scoring, and having been taken by Snell Grove at the mid-off position, they will feel that they will have a chance now. Whether they continue with Whittaker or we're going to have a bowling change, that's left to be seen. I suspect that they're going to pull him out of the attack because while he started with the maidens, he just haven't gotten anything in that right-hand column at the moment.
Well, yes, Lyndon, he started with a maiden, but since then he would have bowled an additional 3 overs and they would have conceded some 15 runs. He's going at about 3.8 runs per over, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. So you see the captain of the England side and in Wellman, Steve Arthurton, asking Steve Arthurton, looks like a bit of left arm spin to come into the attack lane. So ringing the changes is the captain Wellman of the England side and asking Arthurton now to replace Whittaker from the northern end. Let's see what Arthurton will bring to the fore.
Yes, and we have to see how he goes against Danny Ram. So this is a good matchup to start with, and the first left arm spinner that we're going to see from the English side.
Well, yes, Steve Arthurton passes umpire Tremaine Prescott, bowling from around the wicket. Danny Ram drives pleasantly into the offside over the cover region. They've got 1, should run fairly close into the boundary as it looks like the ball shall win this race, Lyndon. A pleasant shot by Danny Ram coming on to the front foot, and immediately can recognize the class of Danny Ram, just lofting this one over the infield and into the cover boundary for 4.
Well, if he's going to toss it up like that, then we're going to open a drive in school because Danny Ram is very sweet on the eye, very easy on the drive, and excellently positioned. He's picked the gap, and 4 runs.
He only bowled 2 overs. Yeah. As the score goes up to 34 for 1. 34 for 1. We're in over number 9.
So they quickly have made the adjustment. Now they've sent the sweeper on the cover boundary.
Yes, some adjustments being made in the field, and the captain is asking the man at backward point to go around a bit to his left and asking the man at cover point as well to facilitate coming around to his left. As Arthurton on his way into bowl to Danny Ram gets a flighty delivery in the block hole. So some adjustments being made by the line as well by the bowler Arthurton. And the score will remain on 34 for 1 as we see a rather nervous-looking manager of the West Indies Masters side. The big man, they call him the chairman, making some inquiries about the overs bowled by the bowlers. A delivery outside the yard stump. Taken by the keeper.
You said the big man? Is that the big man of the big man?
The big man of the big man over 50 cricket competition. As we see Anthony Morris hobbling around as well. Lots of these West Indies Masters operating on one or partially one leg, as there's a delivery which is bringing the batsman forward. The batsman Danny Ram Score 34 for 1. We're in over number 9, Linden Yard.
It's interesting, we haven't seen a lot of injured players from overseas, but yet the West Indies Masters have all these injuries.
Yeah, they came into the tournament with a lot of injuries as Arferton passes the umpire. Prescott down the track, and when he gets there, drives is Danny Ram, but the man from mid-off comes in rather quickly. Looks like the Captain Wildman, confirm? Yes, Captain Wildman in attendance, and the score will remain on 34 for 1. Remember, the victory target for those of you now joining us is 99 as Arferton boards a delivery flighted Linden, tossing it and throwing it. Down the track came Danny Ram, and he got there, realized he wasn't quite to the pitch. Bad and pad close together. Ball ricochets into the onside. So at the end of over number 9, the West Indies Masters in pursuit of a target of 99 Linden Yard, 34 for 1.
Yes, under the circumstances, you will say that's a good over by the left arm spinner, having been hit for 4 off the very first delivery. But a good comeback. And again, the beauty about this England side is that they're asking questions every delivery. I can't remember a delivery that any batsman just allowed to go by to the keeper.
Well, yes, they're on or about the off stump, attacking the stumps more often than not, and asking questions about the defense of these West Indies batsmen. But so far, both of the West Indies batsmen have been equal to the task. 34 for 1. Maharaj is on 9. With him is Suresh Danny Ram. He's at the non-strikers end. He's got 5 as Shiraj Desai bows a flight to delivery, which is driven over the man at the cover region. Gone for 1. They should come back for the second run, and I think they will contemplate the third run as well, as this one has gone fairly close to the boundary. The fielder from long off had a lot of work coming around to his right, and the West Indies batters lane, and I wouldn't want to say they ran 3, but they got 3 in the end. Took a lot of time in doing so as well, as the score goes up to 37, and Maharaj, now he goes into double figures. He goes up to 12, and Danny Ram on 5 with one lovely extra cover drive. He comes back in the strike. When he'll be facing up to Shiraj Desai with the West Indies team up to 37 for 1 Linden.
So you prefer to say they ran 1 and jogged the next 2?
Well, I would just prefer to say they completed 3. I don't want to use the word run in the sentence. 37 for 1. The West Indies team requiring a further 62 runs for victory. We're in over number 10. It's being bowled by Shiraj Desai, the wicket taker thus far in this for the England side. There's a flighted delivery, which is bringing the batsman Danny Ram suspiciously forward onto the front foot, Linden. A bit of turn there as he got to the pitch and realized just putting the bat and pad close together, no run resulting. Tossing the ball from hand to hand on his way. Nice, easy approach. When he gets down the track, is Danny Ram, bat and pad quite close together, Linden. You can see the experience and the technical acumen of Danny Ram coming into play.
I think he's really measuring him. It's strange feel that they have the long on out and the mid off up.
There's the batsman down the track, and when he gets there pleasantly, closing the bat face and driving this delivery down to long on. An easy single for Danny Ram. He goes up to 6, and Maharaj, the opening batsman, he's still there. He's got 12, faced some 24 deliveries, scoring at about 50. 5-0, so a strike rate of 50 Linden Yard. The West Indies team 38 for 1 over number 10.
Well, he also has the number 50 in his back.
Just looking to ease his team into the finals here. Maharaj just batting with Suresh Danny Ram, the senior of the two partners, as Shiraj Desai bows a flighted delivery, which he brings the batsman forward, opens the bat face, guides it into the short third man region. No run resulting as the fielding, the number 51 jersey, is in attendance. It looks like Steve Arferton doing the fielding. No run resulting. 38 for 1 Linden Yard.
Yes, and Maharaj just following that delivery.
As a flighted delivery brings the batsman forward yet again. Steve Arferton in attendance. So at the end of over number 10, where our roles will change to quite small Linden Yard.
No, you got 5 more.
Okay, I've been told I've got 5 more. You're the boss. Philip Hackett, just the producer. 38 for 1. 38 for 1. After the end of the 10th over, the West Indies Masters in pursuit of a target of 99 for victory. 38 for 1 Linden.
Well, simple mathematics. I did the last 5 and just started with the first 5 to complete my 10 a quarter. So that's the reason why you have another 5.
That's quite okay.
A double shift, but the game nicely positioned. I think England staying in it, but they need more wickets on that right-hand column to really put some additional pressure on the West Indies. At the moment, they're doing it nicely with these two, the left-hand, right-hand combination, and I think this will really disrupt the field. And once these two can stay together, then the West Indies are firmly in it, and I'll say at the moment ahead.
Arferton operating with a man at short third, man at backward point, a man in that short cover. The mid-off now is being asked to go all the way down to the long-off boundary. There's a man on the square sweeper boundary. There's a man in at mid-on, a man at mid-wicket, a man at backward square, and a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Bowls a fly to the bringing the batsman forward, wrapped on the pads. There's a loud appeal, and not out, says the umpire, as the wives go crazy over to the right there. The wives go crazy, but the umpire, Tremaine Prescott, maintains his composure, says not to, and the score remain on 38-1 over number 11. Arthurton on his way into bowl a fly to Devery, gets down the track at Danny Ram, lofting this one bounce and a roll into the long on boundary, a full pitch delivery, and there was the batsman Danny Ram down the track when he got there, Lyndon, lofting it over the field in at mid on, and as long as he got the elevation over the field at mid on, an easy boundary to Sudish Danny Ram, and he goes up to 10, and the West Indies score up to 42-1.
Yes, a nice boundary there, and that boundary sent the wives quiet.
Yeah, back into the piece,
back in the shell,
the inner piece, as Arthurton bowls of delivery quicker in trajectory and flight, and getting the batsman to go back quick circumspectly onto the back foot. So a good bit of bowling by Arthurton after he was just
push and pull.
Yeah. Using all of his guile and experience in the number 51 jersey, Steve Arthurton, before this one over for some 5 runs. Bowls a delivery, which is bringing the batsman forward, is wrapped on the pass again, and this time the dreaded finger of the umpire, Tremaine Prescott, is raised. That index finger, Linden Yard, and the West Indies Masters, they've lost their second wicket, Linden Yard, the all-important wicket of Danny Ram. He's been LBW for Arthurton for 10, and the England team strike again, Linden Yard.
Yes, and a prize wicket of Sudish Danny Ram. And he never really got into a stride, and umpire Tremaine Prescott having little hesitation in raising the left index finger. So Danny Ram comes back, and this is a prize wicket for the English side, and William Lashley will replace him. And at the moment, England, they're crawling their way back into it, but they need to continue to press for wickets because they had only mustered 98 off 30 overs, and the West Indies going nicely and having just lost 2 wickets. And what's most important is that the left-handed Mirage is still there.
Well, yes, well, not resting on him now. He's been there from the inception. He's faced some 26 deliveries. He's just 12, just scoring at a strike rate of 46.2. But that's not really rather important. What's important that he keeps his composure this time. He stays at the wicket for a longer period, just 30 overs, Lyndon. They've got 30 overs in which to get up to what seemingly is a paltry score of 99. But remember, runs on the board are usually runs on the board, and they will take some getting.
Yes, and we know how this game goes, Sean, that you get a small total and it looks a total that should come off easy, and then the chasing side makes a meal of it rather than just getting into their strides early and put the fielders under some pressure. Instead, they soak up the pressure and then they find themselves on the back foot, and this is one of those situations, but they've got going, and these two will now need to consolidate and press on from here as William Lashley will take his first ball. He has a top score of 36 against India that won the game for West Indies when they were struggling to get up to what was a fairly decent total of 138, I think.
138, you're totally correct. As we continue over number 11, it's being bowled by Steve Arthurton, who's just picked up his first wicket, the most important wicket of Sudish Danny Ram, LBW for 10. And William Lashley yet to face his first delivery as Arthurton passes umpire Tremaine Prescott, bowls a delivery outside the all stump. The ball taken by the keepers. Lashley offers no stroke to that one, Lyndon. 42-2, we're in over number 11. Arthurton passes umpire Prescott once again from the northern end of the ground. Bowls a delivery which brings Lashley forward. An easy single played to the right of the man in that short mid wicket. And Lashley, he opens his account as the West Indies score goes up to 43. William Lashley, he's just opened his account. He's got 1. With him is Ishrar Miraj. He's on 12. And the West Indies team in pursuit of a target of 99 at the end of over number 11. They are 43 for 2.
Yes, having opened the account, he has the option now, the privilege of facing the first ball from the other end. And as I said, this is the way he will normally play, just work the ball around. He will also put away anything loose, but I think he realizes that with Mirage at the crease, he could just play the street anchor role, work the ball around. There's plenty of overs left in the 30 to get the remaining runs, and the West Indies going nicely along in pursuit of a target of 99 for a final berth in the 2022 Big Man Cricket Over 50s Caribbean Cup, where the winner here will meet the USA at Kensington Oval in the all-important final tomorrow. We will have the third place playoff and the final as well of the Caribbean Plate, and that is scheduled for the Rivers Ground, that Caribbean Plate final. And we also see positions 7 and 8 being played for tomorrow.
As it looks like Desai will continue from the southern end of the ground to start over number 12, and goes a fly to delivery. Lashley down the track, and when he gets there, drives all along the ground up to the man in at mid-off, but perfectly placed by Lashley. Enough time for him to get to the non-striker's end and complete what should be his second run, as the score goes up to 44 for 2 at the start of over number 12.
I think he haven't gotten to the pitch. If he just gone slightly to the right or straightish, he would have beat that man and allowed himself to get 2, as there's no fielder out on the boundary. But the fielder's now been sent out in the country for Mirage. There's a deep backward square. Long on is out. The mid-off at the moment is up. The sweeper has come up off the cover boundary, so prodigiously a 6-3 field at the moment.
Well, they're making some changes to that now, it looks like.
5-4.
So it's going to be a 5-4 field, as they're asking. In fact, no. They're asking the man who was at cover
6-3
point to come up closer into a short extra cover position or a heavily packed offside field, and 2 fielders on the catch, 1 at slip and 1 at short extra cover, as Desai on his way into ball to the batsman Maharaj coming onto the front foot, wrapped on the pass. There's a gentle inquiry coming from the bowler Desai, and the umpire Boyce nodding in the negative, Lyndon, and all's well that ends well. As Desai passes the umpire from around the wicket this time, a fly to delivery, and there's the batsman attempting a sweep down the leg side. Wait for the signal from the umpire if there's any. None will come in, because the ball clearly brushed the front pad of Ishrar Mirage. It made its way down the leg side and taken cleanly by the keeper. The score will remain on 44 for 2. We're in over number 12, as we see a rather dejected looking Danny Ram making his way out of the pavilion, as a delivery which is bringing the batsman Mirage forward, opening the back face, guiding it to the man at slip all along the ground. No chance of a catch being taken. 44 for 2 in over number 12, as Desai 3.4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 8 on his way past umpire Boyce. Bowls a flighty delivery. There's the batsman having an almighty sweep, Lyndon Yard, and that's gone all the way. The first maximum of the innings. A lovely shot being played there by Desai into the sweep shot rather early, the conventional sweep shot, and it's gone a long, long way, Lyndon Yard. The first maximum, as the West Indies 50 comes up as well. 11.5 overs, 50 minutes of batting, 4 fours, Lyndon, and 1 6. 50 for 2. We're in over number 12.
Yes, a beautiful cricket shot. Delivery tossed up. I thought he would have missed out 2 deliveries prior when the ball might have hit his pad. It was outside line of the leg stump. He went for the sweep. He didn't wait for any power on that occasion. On this occasion, he got himself inside the line brilliantly. Got it on the volley as well, and played it over the deep mid wicket for 6. Now you can see about a fielding change.
Some adjustments being made in the field.
Yeah, I thought it was always a miss. Go ahead.
As Desai on his way with deep mid-wicket in place. Now was a delivery, flighted, tossing and turning outside the yard stump, but wide, called by umpire Boyce. So 1 more sundry goes into our good friend Mr. Jones's laptop, as the score goes up to 51 for 2.
And the fielder from square leg is going to deep mid-wicket.
As Desai was a flighted delivery, there's Mirage lunging well forward, Lyndon, on that front foot. And at the end of over number 12, I can tell you the West Indies Masters, for those of you now joining us, in pursuit of a victory target of 99. After 12 overs, there are 51 for 2. William Lashley, he's on 2. And with him is Ishwar Miraj, he's on 18. Face him 31 deliveries, scoring at a strike rate of 58.1. They require a further 48 runs to win, and they have all of 18 overs, Lyndon Yard, in which to do so.
Yes, and he's quite rightfully said 18 overs for which to get the remaining 48 runs. So easy mathematics, and I think they're going to have to ring the bowling changes. Once Mirage stays there, the West Indies can get these runs rather easily and set up a big final, a return clash with the USA, who cantered home against them at Windwards. They will meet at the Mecca, providing the West Indies hold up what looks to be a position in their favour after they won the toss and the game reduced to 30 overs, which got going at 12:15 this afternoon because of rain and an impaired outfield in terms of unsafe outfield at that point in time. Brilliant work done by the ground staff here, by Dake Cree, the head groundsman here. And both teams, the willingness for both teams to play was very commendable. And here comes Desai, another injured player. And remember that they are the better part of their career, the twilight of their lifetime. And injuries don't heal that easily. Seems to be carrying a knee injury as they hand it back to you, Strawn. We have a bowling change.
Arthurton will continue. Arthurton brings Lashley forward. They'll come for a quick signal. They'll have to hurry. But well run in the end as the wicket keeper from behind the stumps. Quite quickly from behind the stumps. And Thompson couldn't prevent that single, Lennon. There was Lashley doing what he does best, nudging it into the onside and setting off rather quickly. He goes up to 3 as they score up to 52 for 2 at the start of over number 13.
Good run there by Lashley. That's the way he will play. He will just rotate the strike and hand it over to Mirage. If he gets anything loose, you can expect him to capitalize on it. But at the moment, it's all West Indies. And we see how Mirage responds now to Arthurton.
Some
left
adjustments
arm to left arm.
being made in the field. There's still a feel at slip. There's a feel at backward point. The man coming off the sweep up boundary being asked to come in a cover point. The man from slip now being asked to come from slip into the extra cover region. The man from mid-off being asked to come around to his left. So there's a mid-on, a man at mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, a man at backward square and a short fine leg, and our good friend Jason Finch as Arthurton on his way into bowl to the left-handed Mirage. Mirage is turning this one into the onside, but straight to the man coming in rather quickly at short mid-wicket. No run resulting. Score will remain on 52 for 2. Mirage, he's on 18. Ishwar Mirage, and with him is his Barbadian counterpart in William Lashley, who's on the non-strikers and on 3. As Arthurton was a fly to delivery. Mirage attempting to cut outside the all-stump. Luckily for him, the edge not found. The ball goes to be taken by wicketkeeper Thompson. The score will remain on 52 for 2.
Yes, a moral victory there for Arthurton. Just asking the question of Mirage to force him to score through the offside.
As Arthurton on his way to bowl a fly to delivery, which is bringing the very experienced and well set Mirage onto the front foot. Bottom pad close together, textbook style. Score will remain on 52 for 2 in over number 13. It's being bowled by the left-handed Steve Arthurton. Delivery, he'll swung into the onside. One bounce, they should complete 2 runs. William Lashley will turn and complete the second run as the return is on its way. It's a rather weak return as well. The batsmen have enough time to complete 2 as Mirage, he goes up to 20 and the West Indies score up to 54 for 2, Lyndon.
Yes, and Mirage not afraid to use the aerial route that would Davis toss it. Didn't use his feet, but with the fielder at the deep mid-wicket and the mid-on up, he positioned it nicely and was able to come back for 2.
Arthurton once more passes the umpire, bowls a short delivery. Mirage stands up quite correctly and punches delivery. So at the end of over number 14, in fact, the end of over number 13, trying to rush through these overs, then to the end of over number 13, the West Indies Masters in pursuit of 99 for victory and a place in the final of the big man West Indies Masters cricket tournament. They are 54 for 2, Linden Yard.
Yes, and just a matter of continuing to bat the way they're going this pair. No reason for them to rush anything or lose any wickets. They have plenty of overs ahead of them. The sun is not out on all of its glory, but there's no threat of rain. Some ugly looking, white clouds around. And Mirage, he's the key, and William Lashley just need to stay there with him.
And with Desai being asked to leave the field, having to leave the field, and then it's a bowling change as Rob Nelson will come into the attack from the southern end of the ground. So we've seen a heavy diet of off spin coming from the southern end of the ground. 54 for 2 as Rob Nelson comes into the attack. William Lashley, he's on 3. He's on strike, and his partner at the non-strikers and his Ishmael Mirage, he's on 20 as Nelson. Lengthy approach, was a fly to delivery, which the batsman is playing into the offside, straight to the man coming in rather quickly in the number 51 jersey, Steve Arthurton, from backward point. No run resulting at the start of over number 14. West Indies Masters 54 for 2. Lashley settles over his bat, sees that Nelson dropped an easy catch quite early in the proceedings. On his way, bowls a fly to delivery. Lashley's back and punching uppishly to the man in at extra cover. Diving away to his left. Looks like Trotman doing some good work, getting around and getting down. and restricting the batsman to no run, as the score will remain on 54 for 2 at the start here of over number 14, as Nelson passes umpire Boyce and blows a flighty delivery. Lashley forward. When he gets there, can't score, plays the ball back along the track. The wicket keeper from behind the stumps does the tidying up. There's no run result, and the ball is back with the bowler Nelson. 3 deliveries already bowled in over number 14, yet to concede a run. Passes the umpire now, umpire Boyce, and to this delivery, the batsman Lashley is forward, turns it into the onside, to the left of the man at backward square, and our good friend Finch. The batsman have enough time to complete one. Lashley, he goes up to 4, and they score up to 55 for 2 as the left-handed Mirage comes into strike. He's got 20. He's faced some 36 deliveries, Lyndon, and he's been well entrenched thus far.
Yes, he's batting well, and this is his best innings for the tournament. And so he's looked good in the tournament, just has gotten himself in without going on, and more often than not, he's just giving his wicket away. Not that he hasn't tried it here as well, but so far, having been put down by a sitter by Snell Grove, he has cherished the opportunity and is leading his side to a target of 99.
So 55 for 2, I can tell you that the West Indies would have lost the wickets of Brian Johnson. He was caught. David Snellgrove off the bowling of Shiraj Desai, and Suresh Dani Ram, he was LBW off the bowling of Steve Arthurton. As Nelson was a flighty delivery, and there's the batsman driving, well fielded by our good friend there, the heavy step man Finch. Obviously doesn't spend a lot of time with the physical trainer, spends most of his time avoiding the dietitian. 55 for 2. As Nelson flighty delivery, there's the batsman attempting to steer delivery, a shot which really has no future. Lyndon trying to steer delivery down to the short third man region. So at the end of over number 14, the West Indies Masters, Lyndon, some would say large and in charge, 55 for 2 in pursuit of a victory target of 99.
Yeah, a low production shot there, Sean. A good thing he utilized a lot of energy in his attempt to get low production from that delivery. Would be well advised to play the ball in front of him. There's no reason to be in a hurry, no reason to play a rash shot, no reason to create any scoring opportunity. Just play the ball up and down. The bad ball has got to come, although we must give credit to the England side, where they're making the West Indies Masters work for every single run.
Yes, as Arthurton continues, the England bowlers, James Whittaker, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. James Williams, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 12. Shiraj Desai, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15. And Steve Arthurton, before this, 3 overs, 1 wicket for 12 runs as he bowls a delivery which is driven into the onside by Lashley. They've gone for 1 as the man comes off the mid-wicket boundary rather quickly. 1 is all they'll be as the return is already on its way as we start over number 15. As the West Indies score, they go up to 56 for 2. Lashley, he goes up to 5 and brings Mirage, who's got 20 from 38 deliveries, into strike. 56 for 2. Remember, if you're now joining us, Lyndon, the target for the West Indies team to get into the final is a paltry 99, but the England team are making the West Indies Masters fight all the way as Arthurton bowls a flighty delivery, beating the batsman, a bit of turn, a bit of purchase.
Beautifully bowled.
56 for 2 as the batsman Mirage was beaten outside the off stump, grew up in outside the off stump.
And he's still looking at the wicket, stunned.
Yes, a good bit of bowling by Arthurton, 3.2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 13. Passes umpire Prescott, no balls a delivery. Mirage is driving down the ground, and they should run fairly close to the long on boundary, and he will get there now so he can save his legs. A delivery with mid-on up in the circle, Lyndon, and lofting it over mid-on and into the long on boundary. 4 to Mirage. He goes up to 24, and the West Indies Masters now, Lyndon, 39 runs away from victory. They're 60 for 2 at the start of over number 15.
And Wildman makes an adjustment to the field. He's now going to go down to the long on position. He ran after that ball, but he isn't one of the fastest fielders in the side. He's the tallest, but not slow, not fast by any stretch of the imagination.
See our good friend Shanda Paul Singh making his way around the ground, the man of the tournament basically. He's done a lot of work. Even this morning, he was in charge of the ground staff work. Shanda Paul Singh.
You said he's done a lot of work. I think he's done a lot of mileage.
60 for 2. We're in over number 15.
And my favorite player, Farid Hussain, and he's gone for his blue shoes.
He's gone for his comfortable blue shoes as conditions now require them.
The sun is out.
The sun is out. 60 for 2 as Arthurton was a short delivery, and there's the batsman Mirage cutting and cutting well. They've gone for 1. Will they contemplate the second? They will not only contemplate it, they will get it quite easily in the end as the return is on his way, but they wouldn't restrict the batsman from completing 2 runs. So 2 more to Mirage. He goes up to 26, and the West Indies score, Lyndon, as we head into over number 15, coming to the end of over number 15. They are 62 for 2 with just One legal delivery remaining over number 15.
And an update from below us. Canada 126 for 7.
Delivery flighted, and there's a batsman groping outside the arm, having a drive, no edge found and not taken cleanly by the keeper. So at the end of over 15, with our roles about to be reversed, the West Indies Masters, as it looks like we'll take a refreshment break as well, giving us enough time to switch around here in the commentary booth, Lyndon. The West Indies Masters with Mirage on 26 and William Lashley on 5 in pursuit of a target of 99 for victory. They're 62 for 2 after 15 overs.
Well, before we switch around, Sean, I'm going to implore you to do that interview with Paul. He's gone for a little stretch leg. A little stretch leg, and I just bring you up to date with that score in the game. Canada versus India. India 34 for 3. Chasing down a target of 127 off 31 overs. And I can tell you that in Canada innings, Castan Hero got 10. Mohammed got 21. Ali got 11. Kulkarni got 5. Rajadura got 3. Jayasekara got 7. Holder got 24 to be a top score. 21 to Taleti. As my internet seemed to have dropped on me. I just wait for it to reload. Here it comes. And here we go once again to that game. And remember, the target is 127. And I could tell you to complete that scorecard for you that S. Waralingam made 19 and auto at the end. 126 for 7 of 31 overs in a game that got going late as well. Varun Patel, 2 for 22 from 7 overs with 1 maiden. Dinesh Kumar Sharma, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 9, 6-2-9-2. Iqbal Khan, the captain, Badruddin, 5 overs, 1 maidens, none for 33. Took a hammering, 5 overs, 1 maidens, none for 33. Sabramin, he sent no 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28, 1 for 29, 6-0-29-1. Dongaria, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17, 6-1-17-1. And Shyam Sundar Gopalakrishnan, he sent down just a solitary over for 11 runs. India, who were set a target of 127 for victory. They lost Sanjay Berry for 6, Bumla for 4. The openers went cheap. The captain followed them cheaply back in the pavilion. He made 5. Gopal Krishnan is not on 10. Pretender Singh is not on 1. They are 35 for a loss of 1, 2, 3 wickets in 10 overs. And remember, they have 31 overs in which to overtake that total of 127 for victory if they are to advance to the finals tomorrow of the Caribbean Plate in the big man cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup. Terrence Holder, 4 overs, 1 minutes, 2 for 19, 4-0-19-2. David Mohammed, 4 overs, 1 minute, 1 for 11, 4-1-11-1. Imad Ali, 1 over for 3 runs, and Brian Rajadura, 1 over for 1 run. So the players make their way back to the field, and I'm just going to make a switch. We're going to have a double switch, and it is all back here at the 4th square over. And I can tell you that the England side are doing their best to get back into this game, having been dismissed on the last delivery of the 30th over in a game reduced to 30 overs when we got going at approximately 12:15. And I can tell you for this game, the umpires are pretty much ready. William Lashley will have the strike, and West Indies 62 for loss of 2 or 15 overs. So they have another 15 overs available to get another 37 runs. And 8 wickets the England side will need to get, or just send down those 15 overs without conceding 37 runs to advance to the final. The winner will meet the USA, who had a rained out game today against the UAE for that final semi-final position to the final of the Caribbean Cup. And it's going to be Nelson who's come back, 1 over for 1 run. And Lashley on straight, he has 5. Mirage has 26. He's into Lashley, who stretches forward, plays the ball to the fielder at the mid-wicket position. Shouts of Baton William. And he probably has been the better William in the tournament thus far.
Well, yes, Lashley has been very, very dependable for this West Indies Masters side. I think between himself, Brian Johnson, and to a lesser extent, Danny Ram, who came in only just for the previous game, have done the bulk of the batting for the West Indies side.
And he tucks that one into the leg side. Finds the fielder, Jason Finch, who's had a lot of work. Not as much work as Chandapal Singh, who moments ago was patrolling the ground. As I receive a very important call. Here's the delivery. Lashley stretching onto the front foot. There is no run.
Well, yes, as I have to substitute for Linden, who's taken a very important call. The score will remain on 62 for 2 with Mirage on 26. Lashley, who's got 5, is on strike as the bowler Nelson. On his way, passes umpire Boyce now and gives a short delivery. Lashley back onto the back foot and punching into the extra cover region, fielded by the man coming in there. No run resulting. The score will remain on 62 for 2, Linden.
Yes, thank you very much. Has had a very important call there for someone who's following the streaming, giving us good report, good grades. And remember, coverage of the streaming brought to you by Flash Drive Media. And anything cricket, let's talk. Here's a debate. Ill-directed, wide signal by umpire Shimar Boyce. And there is another sundry to the total, with Nelson having sent on 1.4 overs, no maidens, 2 runs. He's yet to take a wicket. And England badly needing some wickets at 7:45 in London. And it is 3:45 here in Bridgetown. 63 for the loss of 2. Mirage on 26 from 43 deliveries. Lashley on 5 from 13. Here is a delivery. Lashley stretches forward. Ball and pad close together. Head well over it. And no run. So it's gone into a stalemate at the moment, with West Indies batsmen just soaking up some deliveries. No need to worry. No need to be in a hurry. Up for grabs. Place in the final at Kensington. As Nelson is in. Lashley is working this one to mid-wicket and gets a very short, sharp single to the fielder. And that looks to be just Captain Wildman. And over number 16 is done and dusted. And West Indies moving on by 1 to 64 for the loss of 2.
Well, yes, just casually going about it. No, not a lot of urgency needed or required. All that's required is for the batsmen to continue to pick up the singles, pick up the 1s and 2s. And when the bad ball comes, Linden, they've got lots and lots of overs. They've got 14 overs remaining after this to get to the another required 35 runs, Linden.
Yeah.
So it should be easy going as long as the West Indies batters don't do anything silly.
Well, I think it looks as though we're going to have a bowling change. Steve Arthurton is going to be pulled out to the top, having sent no 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19, and desperate for wickets. Wildman, the captain, just having a conversation with David Snellgrove. It looks as though Richard Trotman is going to take it up. I'll find out from Paul, what is he bowling? What from Alan, what does he normally throw down? Just about marking his run, umpire Tremaine Prescott, who's had a good game. Looks as though he's going to be left arm between the umpire and the stumps. Or is he going to be left arm, right arm over the wicket? Let's see, he's rubbing the ball with his right hand. And he's going to mark his run on that side. So he suspects he's going to be left arm. No. He's going to be right arm. Is he? Yes. So very, very short run. Very short run. And it's going to be bowling to William Lashley, who has 6 against his name. And his first delivery is short. And Lashley looks to pull it through the mid-wicket region. Might have gotten on the under portion of the bat. Really should have done better with that long up, really.
Well, basically, it looked like Lashley there was beaten for pace, Lennon.
Well, I guess he can make the adjustment. 64 for loss of 2. As this delivery is short, and Lashley pulls it out to the fielder at the deep mid-wicket. They will take 1. So well fielded there by Sean Cooper.
A good return as well by Cooper, right alongside the stumps, the wicketkeeper Thompson.
We haven't
Didn't
seen
have
that
to
for the
go
day.
there
From off the boundary.
From off the boundary. So good return there by keep fielder Cooper.
65 for the loss of 2. With Lashley to 7. 26 is Mirage, who comes back in the straight. He's faced some 43 deliveries. And English still needing some wickets. West Indies marching on. They need another 34 runs. And the teams look very confident. There is the bowler making a field adjustment. He doesn't have a slip in position. He wants Finch, who's done a lot of mileage on the field, to come into a mid-wicket position. He's going to plug the offside, so he has a short third man. There's a backward point. There's going to be an extra cover already in position. He's going to bring a fielder into cover area. There is a short mid-off, and someone, maybe too much fielders on the offside. Let's see. Okay, he's going to push a sweeper. The point has gone to the cover boundary, as here is a delivery which the batsman is allowing to go by outside of the offside. Wide signal by the umpire. So Mirage getting a wide ball from Trotman. So Trotman trying to bowl to his field, but wide and short. And he turns very short around the wicket to bowl to Mirage. And to this delivery, Mirage is beaten by a beauty. Delivery on top the lane of the off stump and catching him in no man's land.
What I would say to you, Lyndon, is that the bowler here in Trotman, looks rather deceptive because he's bowling at a brisk clip and the keeper standing up to the stumps. That was indeed a very, very good tip.
He's also turning very short as Martin getting through this over very quickly. He's into bowl to Mirage. And Mirage hits it over the fielder at the middle off position, going to run down to the boundary and into the boundary in front of the England pavilion. And that's a welcome boundary to Mirage, who moves on to 30. And West Indies 70 for the loss of 2. Beautiful shot.
Yes, beautiful shot by Mirage. We've been speaking about how elegant he's looked all tournament. He's gotten in and gotten out. But today he seems intent on carrying on. And in a conversation with Hussein, Fareed Hussein, he was saying to me, it's only a matter of time before Maharaj comes good with the bat. And he's doing it in the important game, which is the semi-final, Lyndon.
Yes. 30 of 45 deliveries. Lashley 7 from 17. Trotman in his first over, looking for wickets. My favorite friend in front of me with a dragon on his chest and 4 beers in his hand. You ever see the dragon and the bear together?
Well, we've got, if you could get a picture here, because this is from remarkable value. A dragon and the bear together.
You don't find them together.
And you can see that he's definitely not a shearing man, because he's got all 4 for himself, Lyndon.
And he has 3 on the dragon. Good sportsmanship. As Trotman moves into bowl to Mirage, and Mirage just stretches forward, plays the ball on the offside, and goes for a
good communication. Good communication, well run between these two batters, Lashley and Mirage. Good communication, good understanding.
71 for the loss of 2, with over number 17 done and dusted.
Lyndon, I think now would be a good time to bring our friend Mr. Jones into the
for a
quick interview.
Alan, your team has gone exceptionally well all tournament long, and you only got 98 today. You thought that was enough?
No, our batting let us down today. We were about 50 runs short.
Where do you think your team went wrong?
All the way through, to be honest. We started slowly and never had a good partnership and lost wickets steadily.
How has the tour gone for you all so far?
Very, very good, apart from losing our first match to the rain, to the weather. It's ironic. It was a lovely sunny day, but it rained so much overnight we couldn't play.
What was your team's preparation like before leaving and jetting off to the Caribbean?
Sean Cooper is in charge of the fitness, and all the players do their own physical programs in the month before we came out.
How long have you been scoring, the resident scorer?
I've been scoring full-time for 15 years, but this is my second year with England seniors.
Okay, I'll let you get back to that. As back to what you do best, which is just scoring. This one played on the offside, and there is no run. We'll continue this interview. Is this your first trip to Barbados?
No, I've been before a few times. The last time I was here, I scored for MCC versus Essex in the Champion County match at Kensington Oval 3.5 years ago.
Okay, here is a which is whipped and just short of the fielder with the Mirage, who has 31 against his 31 against his name, and it is 71 for the loss of 2. If you're just joining us, England made 98 all out of 30 overs, And the West Indies 71 for the loss of 2. Mirage on 31 is forward to a delivery from Nelson. And there's no run. How many members are there in your touring party?
There's 15 players plus 4 wives, 2 scorers and an umpire.
And what have you all done in your off time when you haven't been playing?
Largely lazed about, I must confess. Some played golf yesterday and there has been some sightseeing, but I think we've enjoyed lazing around in the sunshine.
Oh, wonderful to hear that some of them have taken some golf. They've also enjoyed the sunshine. What about the beaches?
Well, we've got a beach we're staying at the Crane Resort and we've got a beach there, so we've all been out there on a couple of occasions, yes.
The food and drink quite different from what you'll get home?
Not especially, no. A few things are different, but we've enjoyed the food and yes, no problems.
And how have you found the camaraderie between the teams in the competition thus far? I'll get back to that after this delivery, which Nelson brings Lashley forward and works it into the leg side. We'll pick up a single. Run number 73. Lashley to 8 and Mirage on 32. How has the camaraderie gone between the teams that you have played?
It's been very good. I think it's been one of the most enjoyable parts of the tour, that it's been so good.
Would you look forward to further tours of the Caribbean, Barbados, or the Caribbean in general?
Definitely, yes. This is, I think, my 3rd or 4th tour, and yes, I'd love to come back.
As this delivery is tossed up, Mirage wants a single, and we'll get it to straight cover, and one more to the total. 74 for the loss of 2, and that is the end of yet another over. 74 for the loss of 2. My co-commentators instructed me to request of you, have you ever played the game?
I played club cricket in London for 39 years, yeah.
As an all-rounder, as a batsman, as a keeper?
Left arm opening bowler.
When you look back at your career, were you satisfied with your returns, or you thought you could have done better?
I'm sure I could have done better, yes, but I had some good days which I enjoyed.
Okay, to what level did you play up? How high up the ladder?
Well, I played club Premier League cricket in London, so probably the best standard below county cricket. Yeah.
What about Masters cricket in England? Is that a big thing?
It's grown a lot over the last 10 years, I would say. Counties had an over 50s team 10 years ago. Now they've got 3 over 50s and 3 over 60s teams as well. It's grown a lot in the last 10 years.
Well, the final day of the tournament is Friday. I'll get back to that. My final question to you, as it's going to be Trotman to continue into Bolton Mirage. Mirage tucks it into the leg side. There's no run. It remains 74 for the loss of 2. The finals will be played on Friday. When does your side jet off?
Saturday night. So we're here Saturday. We fly off in the evening to get home on Sunday morning.
Okay. As Trotman is in, I know I said that would have been my final question, played on the offside. And they go for a quick single. The return comes in, doesn't hit the stump. Backed up in the offside. And the leg side for the left-hander. One more to total, 75 for the loss of 2. And Trotman 1.2 overs, no minutes, none for 8. It will now be bowling to Lashley, who has 8 against his name. And obviously you'll be a little bit disappointed that your team, at the moment, if you should predict what's going to happen here, haven't gone all the way.
Yes, I think West Indies have batted, bowled and fielded better than England today.
Okay. And they keep saying the final question, as this one is tucked into the leg side by Lashley. We wait and see if there's a signal from the umpire. Picked up, leg by. And the run number 76 for the loss of 2. And having thoroughly enjoyed yourself, would you encourage anyone going back home to make a trip to the West Indies?
Absolutely, no doubt whatsoever.
Your parting words?
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for the hospitality, and I hope it's not too long before I'm back.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. You've heard from Alan Jones, the score for the England side, and that brings to end a quick, short, sharp interview. And the West Indies motoring on 76 for loss of 2. Mirage is driving and well knocked down by the fielder in that short cover position. So Mirage now seems as though he wants to press on the accelerator. 34 from 56 deliveries. Maybe Kirk, maybe you can just probably invite one of Jonathan's wives to come over and have a chat with us. Let's see what that group is all about. As strokes of order. And maybe they don't want to say the wrong thing. Loads of smile. They've been quiet and cheering in between. By signal by the umpire. Run number 76.
Well, I was trying to get one of the wives, many wives of Jonathan, because his wife number 1, wife number 2, wife number 3, and wife number 4, and none of them. In fact, it seems like Jonathan even is absent. Just with wife number 2 is absent, but Jonathan has got her blessing.
Her jersey. So the total at the end of that over is a 77 loss to Moraj has 34 from 57 deliveries. Lashley has 8 from 19 deliveries. And Daniel just taken out a pair of gloves or some water for Moraj. Deservedly so as well. 22 runs required for victory now. And this is 19 overs done and dusted. We have another 11 remaining. Kurt.
Well, yes, Lyndon, the West Indies team going about their business quite easily. No, Moraj has gotten in. He's looked quite settled. He's looked quite assured in this innings. He's had a life or two, but he's looked really mature, and he seems intent now on getting his team over the line in a quick fashion.
And looking to finish the job for the West Indies. And it looks as though it's going to be Nelson to continue.
In the distance, a plane takes off.
On a cool afternoon here in Bridgetown. Moraj, 34, waits on Nelson, who's operating from the southern end around the wicket. And this delivery goes onto the back from the cuts and finds the fielder at point. That looks to be the captain Wildman in position. And he intercepts the play. As they'll say in football, 77 for 2. The target, a mere 99, so 22 away. As Nelson is in, a delivery short, and onto the back foot goes Moraj, plays on the offside. There is no runner. So we're pretty much headed down the home stretch in slow motion, Kurt.
Nelson has done a relatively good job, Lyndon. 3 overs.
3.2 overs.
3.2 overs, nobody's none for 6. So he's been relatively tight. But in this scenario here, he needs to pick up some wickets. He needs to strike and strike quickly.
That right-hand column. Delivery tossed up and plays with soft hands to the fielder at the mid-off position, who has a shy at the stump and doesn't hit. And a very short mid-off position. He's there to save the single, but I think with at his age, his tender age, you can't call it a short, sharp single because he isn't the fastest mover. Of course, that is Ecclestone, Giles Ecclestone, who didn't really fire today, with number 66 on the back. Run number 78 for the West Indies Masters, who are about to topple the England Masters, who were unbeaten up to this stage. And we're in over number 20, 19.3 overs gone. You are listening to live ball-by-ball coverage and viewing live ball-by-ball coverage on the Flash Drive Media and Anything Cricket in combination, providing some lovely streaming, crystal clear coverage. And all the games thus far. And they say that the English are predicting a wicket, but they wonder if that wicket is at the airport.
Well,
they need something to happen.
There's still hope. There's still hope over in the English camp.
Well, here is Nelson. He needs a wicket. He's into ball to Lashley. And Lashley forward, plays the ball with soft hands. It's been a long time since the ball has beaten the bat.
Well, yes, the West Indies batters now seemingly large and in charge. Lashley on 9, and with him is Moraj on 35. He's been there from the start of the innings, faced some 60 deliveries, struck some 3-4s, and 1 massive 6. So, 2 batsmen well entrenched.
Lashley on 8 is forward and plays the ball off the inner portion, the bat up in the air to where a forward short leg would be. At this stage, 78 for 2. The West Indies and England cannot afford a forward short leg at this stage, having only just mustered 98 from 30 overs.
Well, yes. The West Indies large and in charge here at the 4-square oval in St. Philip.
Nelson about to finish his 4th over, and Lashley is forward, respectfully forward, plays it to forward short leg again. The over comes to an end. 20 overs done and dusted. The West Indies 78 for the loss of 2. Moraj 35 from 60. Lashley 8 from 22, and they're chasing down England's total of 98 all out of 30 overs.
From the time that the England team didn't make early inroads into the West Indies batting line, and Ishmael Miraj got in and got himself set. It was going to be a tough ask on the Indian bowlers to restrict this West Indies team all of 30 overs in which to get up to 99. And Mirage, I think he's played a gem of a knock here in the semi-final game. He's on 35. He's played a gem of a knock. He got in, he's stuck in, and he's trying to get his team over the line.
Yes, and he's doing a wonderful job. And William Lashley, we know once William Lashley went to the crease, he's going to pick up that role of sheet anchor, which is just rotating the strike. If he has to block some deliveries, he will do that. But he just won't try anything if he doesn't need to try anything. And he realized that Mirage is entrenched. And Lashley, very, very capable player, busy off spinner, who relies on a lot of variations and more medium pace than off spin these days. And the kind of player you want to have on your side.
Well, yes, dependable is the word I would use to describe William Lashley.
Brilliant.
Ever reliable and dependable.
Well, Trotman is in. I don't know if he's reliable, but his captain is thrusting him to find him a wicket. And he doesn't get it with that delivery. It's taken by the keeper outside into the off stump. As Mirage, competent enough to allow it to go by. India, 52 for 4, or 15.4 overs. As Trotman was to be down the leg side, not taken by the keeper. They run 1, short fine leg is after it. Jason Finch, who's had a lot of work to do. They've run 2, and Jason Finch just overhauls the ball, which pulls up for him. And he has a weak return into the keeper. And they take 3 wides, so 3 wides plus 1. And that will take the total now to 82. So I think my math is right. 82, 3 run plus the 1 wide. So 82 for the loss of 2, and Trotman losing the plot there.
Well, yes, a wary delivery by Trotman. And the batsman, good running again, like an urgency in the running shown by the West Indies Masters this time. As the delivery bridge is bringing Lashley forward.
Well pitched up delivery, and Lashley just on top of it. Didn't get in the stride, just to use the pace of the bowler, wait for the ball to come to him. Watching the ball very, very close. And no run achieved. West Indies 82 for the loss of 2 at 8:05 in London. That is 4-5 in Barbados. Lashley launches this one over the mid-wicket region for 6. Beautiful shot by Lashley. As we've been saying all day long, Kurt, he's a type of player, he's going to respect each delivery. He doesn't have to try anything harsh. But he's decided that he's had enough of Trotman and this medium pace stuff, and he launches it over the deep mid-wicket, and it is looking very, very gloomy. Not the conditions, but for the English.
Well,
88 for 2.
Lyndon, a lovely shot there by Lashley, and it was a shot devoid of risk because there was no man on the mid real estate there on the leg side, and as long as he got it over the man at short mid wicket, and he played it with a lot of intent, so he went all the way. So lovely.
For the playoff, third place playoff, West Indies 88 for the loss of 2, chasing down a target of 89, 10 to get. 99 to get, so 10 to get. 11 to get from 9 overs.
Well, yes, 11 runs from 9 overs should be an easy assignment.
And let's be fair to the English, they still need to get 8 wickets.
Well, yes, 8 good balls.
That's all it will take.
8 wicket, sorry, you have the good balls. 8 wicket taking balls.
Yeah. When was the last time you saw 8 wicket taking balls in succession?
Not for a very long time, unless the West Indies senior team were batting.
88 for loss of 2. Start up over number 22. And the English were unbeaten with the USA, who remains unbeaten. And the West Indies haven't gone down to the USA, are likely to have a return clash in the final. 88 for the loss of 2. Mirage 35. Lashley 14. It's going to be Nelson, who, despite the fact that he's been tight, he hasn't caused any problems. Comes in to bowl to Mirage. Mirage goes onto the back foot and runs it down to the fielder at backward points, who falls down. Atherton. That is Atherton. So, back up on his 2 feet. 88 for the loss of 2. Over number 22 in progress. As Nelson is in around the wicket. And Mirage gets a Yorker well bowl by Atherton.
Nelson.
Sorry, well bowl by Nelson. So I'm giving Atherton a bowl. It's actually Nelson. So the English are still alert.
Yeah, very much so. And I'm rather surprised too after all of the liquid refreshment that they would have taken in. But they're aptly sharing the liquid refreshment with the Welsh. So no Brexit here in the Caribbean because they're still mixing the Welsh and the English.
One more to the total. 89 for the loss of 2. Lashley to 14 comes into strike. Mirage moves to 36. And Nelson, halfway through his fifth over. 4.3 overs, no minutes, none for 8.
And Lyndon, we've got a urgent shout out for Kelly, who's Giles Eccleston's daughter. She's in England watching the live stream, Lyndon, and she's saying what a lovely job you and I are doing.
I want
So I would say a pleasant good evening or good night to Kelly in London.
Well, I share those sentiments as well. At least she's very smart because she realized that me and you are doing a better job than the English are doing.
Well, yes. And she's Eccleston's daughter.
So she knows her English.
And she also knows good commentary.
Very much so. At 8:10 in the afternoon, in the evening in England. And here's a delivery launch on the bounce down to the long on position. One more to Lashley. So coverage going far and wide. And it's a good time for the English to shout out their families. And so that they've done relatively well. Very good in the tournament, actually. It's just unfortunately that they have left their worst game
for the
worst
semi-finals.
possible time.
Well, yes, and once again, we'll say a pleasant good evening to Kelly. She and her friends watching the stream, which is brought to you by Flash Drive Media and Anything Cricket.
Anything Cricket. As Nelson is in to bowl to Mirage. Mirage is forward. Lashley wants a single. We'll get it too. There's plenty of real estate behind square. And the West Indies, you would say into the nervous 90s?
So, Lyndon,
Yeah.
if there's one Englishman or English lady that is very proud, it's Kelly, because she said we've just made her famous in London.
Well, I think what has happened here is that she deserves to be put at the front of Jonathan's wives, because Jonathan's wives haven't talked to us, but Kelly all the way from England
Has spoken to us. Yeah, brilliant. I think I've got a greater appreciation for Kelly.
Yes, most definitely, because they always say that the young people, the youth shall lead them.
Lead them, yeah.
So lead them by example. So once again, good afternoon to Kelly, the daughter of
Eccleston.
Giles Eccleston, and he didn't do too well today, but he's trying his best in the field, and it's good to to know that he has that family support, even though England are going down. West Indies 91 for loss of 2, and it seems as though we're going to have a bowling change, and Sean Cooper is going to come into the attack. A late introduction, Strawn?
Well, some would say the final throw of the dice, basically here for the English.
And I'll bet you that Sean Cooper's family all the way in England are also following.
Yeah, someone from Sean Cooper's family must be up and following this live stream, Lyndon.
Yeah, more than likely his son will give a shout out to us and to him. So it's all good fun. Cricket.
And they say Cooper has a military background as well.
Okay.
So he'll be fighting to tooth and nail to the end.
No wonder he looks fighting fit.
Yeah.
So Cooper off a long run to bowl to Mirage at the northern end. Let's watch him. He reminds me a lot of Freddie Flintoff. As he starts in, he's going to bowl around the wicket to bowl to Mirage. Goes in to bowl to Mirage. And Mirage gets a delivery Yorker left. So good start here by Cooper. Maybe they brought on Cooper a little late.
Well, you're right. They brought him on late twice. Late in the run chase and late in the afternoon.
91 for loss of 2. He looks very, very fit. So no surprise he's an army man. Seems to have a little muscle on him at his age. Turns with the number 4 in his back. Goes past the umpire to bowl to Mirage. And Mirage gets a short delivery up, bowled by Cooper. And typical Freddie Flintoff style. He's down on the batsman's face. So the aggression coming at the end.
Yes, there was a captain trying to utilize who would have been his better bowlers in trying to defend this 99. And now he's a final throw at the dice. He's gone to Cooper. I think I've had some stats on Cooper before this. Some 3 games yet to bowl a ball. So he's bowling in the semi-final.
He comes in to bowl to Mirage. Goes past umpire Prescott. Bowls to Mirage. Mirage gets a delivery which is beautifully bowled by Cooper. Looking at him walking back, he reminds me a lot of Andy Caddick.
Yeah, he has a Caddick look. You said Freddie Flintoff, but there's a lot of Andy Caddick in him.
That was the height.
And even the action a bit reminiscent of Andy Caddick, coming from a high arm approach.
We don't know if the Caddicks and the Coopers are related in England, as it is West Indies 91 for the loss of 22.3 overs. Cooper on the way into bowl to Mirage, and Mirage delivers forward. That one runs off the outer portion of the bat. The field from that backward point position is onto it quickly. That is Giles Eccleston. I guarantee you his daughter was just jumping up and she saw her dad coming to field that delivery.
Yes, good Bit
That's
of
a
work.
50-run partnership has come up. 50 runs between these two of 72 deliveries, 53 minutes. Mirage has 26 of those 50 and Lashley 15 of those 50. It's 92 for a loss of 2.
Well, yes, a partnership, brilliant partnership, emphasized by the running between the wickets and the ability of both batsmen to capitalize on the bad balls.
And now Cooper wants a fielder change. He's asking the mid-wicket fielders. He's asking the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary to separate himself from the Welsh fielders. And he does that. It's come a lot straighter now. And Cooper, with an Andy Caddick run-up, moves in to bowl to the right-handed Lashley. To this delivery, Lashley's forward. Plays the ball down to Ecclestone, who all of a sudden, he's come into the game. I think he got the memo that his daughter is watching him. So he's come into the game. He's now fielded 2 of the last 3 balls. So at least he looks busy. He looks good on prime time in the UK. At a time when England are not doing well. 92 for 2.
Remember, the English will have another important encounter tomorrow morning, rather early.
As Cooper's in, Lashley stands up tall. So it's been a good over. Bowled there by Cooper. Gets a tremendous round of applause. Well deserved. His first over has gone for 1. West Indies Masters require 99 for victory. They are 92 for loss of 2. 23 overs done and dusted, and they require just 7 runs, and they have 7 overs to get them.
A running over should get them across the line.
Yeah, a running over should get them home.
So the West Indies team large and in charge. The 50 partnership just being brought up in the last over between Lashley and Mirage. It was a nice partnership. It was really enjoyable watching the two of them back together. And Mirage, although given 2 lives, Lyndon, he's looked really assured in this innings.
Yes, and he's really dropped anchor, relishing the opportunity to take full advantage of having been given those 2 lives. He has a strike, and it's going to be Nelson to continue. Having sent no 5 overs, no minutes done for 10. And he comes in right arm around the wicket to bowl to Mirage, and Mirage is going for it. Over mid-wicket, is going high, 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 and far. It's going all the way for 6. So the scores are level with that 6 to Mirage. He goes to 44. West Indies marching on 98 for the loss of 2. They need just 1 run to overhaul the English, who made 98 all out in 30 overs.
Busy time at the Grantley Alves International as another plane takes off in the distance. That's 3 in quick succession, and also taking off was Maharaj with that lovely sweep shot for another massive 6, his second of the innings.
And he's batted wonderfully well. He's faced 70 deliveries. The English don't make a lot of adjustment to the field. Just 1 run required. Mirage on 44 waits on Nelson, who's into him, and he stretches forward, thinks about a single to fill that cover.
Lyndon, do you think Mirage is thinking about a half century here? He's on 44, 1 run required. He will need to hit a 6. Do you think he's entertaining the thoughts of completing a half century here?
I'm not so sure he knows he's on 44. As Nelson is into him, and to this delivery, he's run it past the keeper. That's the winning run. The fielder from point goes after the ball. That's Steve Arthurton, and that's game, set, and match. West Indies home in 23.3 overs as they overhaul England's 98 all in 30 overs to win by 8 wickets, finishing on 99 for 2. William Lashley now 15 from 31 deliveries, but the man of the moment, the man of the innings, Ishwar Mirage, 45 from 72 deliveries at 8:18. The West Indies, that's 8:18 in UK time. The West Indies are on to Friday's final at Kensington Oval, where they will meet the US in the Big Man Cricket Over 50s Caribbean Cup. Kurt.
Well, yes, the West Indies team doing definitely what was required of them. They were set what I always thought would have been a paltry target of 99. I didn't think it would have been enough. It was below par here at the 4 Square Oval, and with all of 30 overs in which to get to that target, Lyndon, the West Indies Masters, they did extremely well, losing just 2 wickets, and the wickets to go down would have been that of the informed Danish Ram, Suresh Danny Ram, and Brian Johnson. And Ishwar Mirage put his hand up, and the able and dependent William Lashley, dependable William Lashley, coming to the fore in a exciting and enterprising half century. third wicket partnership, Lyndon, and getting the West Indies team. In fact, not getting the West Indies team, but as a military man, Cooper would say, marching the West Indies team into the final.
Yes, congratulations to the West Indies team. Commiserations to the English, who will now fight for the third place playoff. You can hear in the background the applause as both teams share gestures of a friendly game with a handshake. And it allows me to say to you that Ishmael Mirage remained not out on 45, 72 deliveries, 3 fours and 2 sixes, a strike rate of 62.50. Brian Johnson was caught by David Roy off the bowling of Sharaj Desai for 19. Sudis Danny Ram was leg before wicket to Steve Arthurton. And he made 10. William Lashley, well played, 15 not out from 31 deliveries with just the 1-6. And West Indies finishing on 99 for loss of 2 off 23 overs and 3 deliveries to win by 8 wickets. A comprehensive victory. Bowling for England, Jason Whittaker, 4 overs, 1 minute, none for 15.
So I have with
James
me here
Williams, 2 overs, 1 minute, none for 12.
Ishmael Mirage, who's played a magnificent knock to get his team, the West Indies Masters, over the line. I want to say well played to you, Mr. Mirage, and a nice innings.
Yeah, thank you. It's
I
always good crossing the line.
Robert
the team get over the line. This is the semi-final.
Nelson, 5.3 overs, 1
the
minute,
guys
none for
executed
17.
well by bowling, and we finish off the job clinically.
Well, there were some comments coming from the commentary booth, especially that you were getting in, you were playing some nice knocks, and you thought that there was any pressure on you. You keep finding a way to get out in the preliminary games. So was there any additional pressure on you trying to get the team over the line in this run chase today?
Yeah, well, I think that in the beginning the wickets was a little sticky. It was a little different for the adjust with, but two good innings here. Batting long in the middle, I always believe we stand a chance, and just waiting on the ball, so we get a little used to it, and it was extremely well.
Well, on your way to the mecca of cricket, Kensington Oval, I'm not sure if you would have played any cricket there before, but on your way to the mecca, I'm sure you will want to pull another innings for your side.
Definitely, man. Looking forward for that, and looking forward for Kensington.
So, okay, once again, Maharaj, well played, and thank you, and good luck to your team in the final.
Thank you, brother.
Over to you again, Lyndon.
Yes, and just to tell you that the West Indies got up to 99 for loss of 2 in their pursuit of a small total of 98 all out. And just to complete those figures, Richard Trotman 3 overs, none for 18. Sean Cooper just a solitary over, 1 over for 1 run. Kirk, I don't know if you can probably slip in the captain Wildman, if you could just get a quick word there with Wildman on his team's performance. And Kirk, we'll have a quick word with Mr. Wildman, the English captain. Kirk?
So we have with us now here on the flash drive, Anything Cricket Media, the losing captain, Mr. Wellman. But we want you, Mr. Wellman. They said that you were the man in charge, so we're going to take you. He's not the captain, Lyndon, but he's one of the members of the leadership group, Mr. Wellman. And we want to give you our commensurations here from the commentary box, first of all. But your team, they did extremely well leading up to this point. Anything you thought that your team could have done differently in the semi-final?
Pretty much everything, I think. I think we all made mistakes. We didn't bat well enough. Too many of us got ourselves out, which meant we didn't have wickets in hand to allow us to accelerate towards the end of the innings. 98 was therefore always going to be too low a score unless we bowled really well and fielded to our best. Unfortunately, we then put a couple of catches down as well. We needed to take everything and really have a good start if we were going to win the game, and we didn't quite manage it.
Well, yes, sir. Your thoughts, or you've made it to the semi-finals, and your thoughts on the earlier games in the competition. You thoroughly enjoyed the competition?
Absolutely. Completely different conditions to playing at home, so it took us a bit of time to adapt, particularly the long outfields. We're used to knocking it past the infield and not having to run, so having to do so much running in the heat and humidity and the slow wickets. Actually, I think we were expecting the wickets to be a bit quicker and a bit bouncier, so it came as a bit of a surprise that they were a bit slower than we were expecting. So I think we did okay in the first games, but today we just got completely outplayed. So I say we made too many mistakes with the batting and we never really got going. And yeah, 98 was never going to be enough. And then West Indies batted very sensibly. I think when you're chasing a low score, what they did was perfect. Opening bat came out and got after it and got ahead of the game early, which took the pressure off everyone else, and then they could just knock it around and get there.
Well, yeah, so at the end of the cricket now, you've got the third place game to play tomorrow. Yeah. But outside of the cricket, have you enjoyed the island of Barbados?
Oh, very much. So a few of the guys have been before, but it's been my first time. And we've been around, seen lots of things, been on a catamaran trip, done all the tourist stuff, been on the beach, had a swim in the sea. And the thing we've noticed is the warm welcome we've had wherever we've been. So whether it be in the hotel, whether it be out and about, we've been made to feel very welcome. We've had a really good time.
Okay, so from the commentary team, we want to thank you for spending some time with us at the mic, and we want to wish you all the best of luck in tomorrow's game.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wildman. Over to you again, Lyndon.
So as you come back to me, I can tell you, if you just joined us, England made 98 all out of 30 overs. The very last delivery, the wicket fell, and the West Indies got home of some 23.3 overs to win handsomely by some 8 wickets, finishing on 99 for 2, with William Lashing out of 15 and Ishwar Maraj 45. Just to me slip over to the other game just down the road, and that game will be involving the teams for the Caribbean Plate, where I can tell you that India were in pursuit of a target of 127 from 31 overs, and after 20 overs and 5 deliveries, it is 77 for the loss of 4, 77 for the loss of 4. The India side with Pratinder Singh not out on 22 and Danish Kumar Sharma not out on 9. 2 wickets for Terence Holder for 19 runs from 4 overs, and the wicket apiece to David Mohammed and Brian Rajadura. So you've been brought up to date in that fixture. I could tell you in the other semi-final of the Cup at Bayfield, there was no play, not a ball was bowled because of rain between the USA and UAE, and it means that England will face the USA for the number 3 position, while West Indies will face the USA in the Cup final at Kensington. And in the other game that was not played today, that game featured Wales, who were set to clash with get that side for you momentarily. Wales were just trying to work it out. Game also to be played at the Windward's ground, and it did not come off at all. And I could tell you that game would have featured, just trying to get it here for you to make sure that I'm very correct with what I'm saying. That game in the plate competition would have featured the West Indies A and Wales at Windward. Not a ball was bowled in that game, and the game had to be abandoned without a ball being bowled. So tomorrow we will have the 3rd place playoff for the plate. We also have the 3rd place playoff for the Cup, the Caribbean Cup, which features England and the UAE, and we are set for the finals of the plate tomorrow, which is I think scheduled for Windward's ground. And that final of the plate will feature, we'll get that for you momentarily, but the important news is that the West Indies, after being trounced by USA in the very first game at Windward's, will now clash with the USA once again for the Caribbean Cup of the big man cricket 50 or over 50s Caribbean Cup at Kensington, and quite a game to look forward to, Kurt.
Yes, Lyndon. A big final coming up on Friday at the Mecca of cricket in the Caribbean, the Kensington Oval, the famous Kensington Oval ground, and I'm sure both teams will be looking to put on a spectacle down at the Kensington Oval.
Yes, and for the West Indies, it will be a matter of revenge, but I think no team has been more impressive in their out cricket than the USA, given the teams I've saw.
And not only their out cricket, but the attacking manner in which the opening batsmen go about their work in Sunny Singh.
Well, he's gone off the ball after that game. I don't know if maybe he took it too hard, too quickly, and he hasn't had a lot to return or good returns after that. But the USA remain unbeaten. The West Indies haven't just lost that solitary game and all to play for. So it's set up like how you would get a PL final in the terms of a team making it unbeaten, the other team just losing one game. So we're set for a tremendous final. And what's important is that for a lot of these players, especially I suspect the entire USA side, it's the first time that they'll be playing on the outfield and the pitch at Kensington Oval.
Well, yes, a new environment for them, but I'm sure as a professional outfit, they'll be eagerly looking to take on the challenge at the Kensington Oval. They'll be looking to eagerly take on the challenge at the Kensington Oval. And
so, having said that, we look as the wicket is being prepared by the head groundsman. Of course, there's a third place playoff here as well. So the tournament winding down with 3 games tomorrow and then that grand final at Kensington. I'm sure that all the teams will be headed to Kensington over that grand final, which will feature the West Indies, who are in the huddle. As we look out, the English are also in the huddle. They're having a cool down session for them. They play some wonderful cricket. I think they got the highest total of the tournament, 200 for 3 against
also
Canada.
had the batsman with the highest individual score as well.
97 by Wildman. And all in all, they've had a good tournament thus far. But, you know, as the saying goes, Sean, and usually in knockout competitions, it's always easier and better to drop a game in the prelims
than
drop
the
it
semi-final. I think I've heard some cricketers say that the semi-final cricket game is the hardest cricket game to play. The one getting into the finals.
Yes, most definitely, because the word final only has one meaning. So if you foul up with the word final, then that's your final game. So congratulations to the West Indies, who have we have the finalists from Zone A, where West Indies and the USA obviously entering the final from Zone A, having top Zone A. The top 2 teams of Zone A would meet in that final, and still ongoing. Just let me, if I can steal another update from that game at BNOC, being played at BNOC. And remember, the side are chasing down a meager 127 to win. And they could tell you that moments ago, or actually not moments ago, but this very moment, just waiting for the phones to switch over. And very comprehensive victory and easy victory by the West Indies. So just moments away from putting a wrap on things, just trying to ascertain the score. So as a moment, it is not coming up. So on the behalf of the entire team here at Flash Drive Media and anything and association with anything cricket, let's talk. It's been a wonderful experience bringing the coverage to you from inception until this very moment. With the news, if you are joining us, you are in time to hear that England came, they fought, but they did not conquer. At the end of the day, the West Indies had the last laugh in a game reduced to 30 overs because of rain. Play got going at approximately 12:15 in the afternoon, and I could tell you, England, they batted first, and they got up to a total of 98 all out of the very final delivery, and the West Indies replied handsomely of 23.3 overs, making 99 for the loss of 2. And they can now tell you in that other game between India and Canada, Canada made 126 for 7 of 31 overs. That game also got going late, and that's in the Caribbean Plate competition. And in 22.3 overs, India, they're looking good on 83 for the loss of 4. 83 for the loss of 4. They need another 44 runs from 8.3 overs or 51 deliveries, and they have 6 wickets intact. So that's it from us here at Flash Drive Media and Anything Cricket. And let's talk. And you can join the entire team tomorrow as we go full steam ahead in the Big Man Cricket Over 50s Caribbean Cup. That's it from us here. Linden Yard saying good evening, goodbye, and God bless.